Can I get an audio check? Okay, looks like restream from Twitch is looking okay. Let me check Mixer. Hello, Zoombait. How you doing? I'm just getting things set up here, so bear with me for a minute. I'm checking the restream. Okay, I think we're good to go. Hi, Bika. We were streaming earlier, but the stream got stopped because of some drama. I just restarted it, and we're trying to get everything running right now. So people should be coming in here shortly. Zoom, are you asking if you can be a mod on Twitch? If that's what you're asking, only Wiz can grant admin privileges, so you'd have to ask him, and I don't think he's going to be back tonight. He's running low on power. Dante Rump, welcome. We're just getting things started here, so hopefully some more people will be popping in. Yeah, Ranger looks cute as hell. And Wiz looks smitten. Emerald produces electricity with solar panels. He has a battery bank that harvests the energy produced by the panels, and he runs his house off the batteries. He's in the process of possibly doing a hydroelectric power plant setup later this year, and he might be doing some wind power as well. Huckleberry, hello. Oh, shit. Unfortunately, it does not look like the restream is working from YouTube to StreamYard, so I'm going to have to keep popping back and forth to check the chat. Yep, has not had any decent sunlight in a few days, so his power reserves are way down. Yeah, I got an LG phone too, and it gives me trouble, but it's still serviceable. But I'm not the kind of person that's going to spend $600 on a phone. And now it looks like the restream is not pushing Twitch into YouTube, so everything's fucked up tonight. The power button came off. That could be an easy fix. My suggestion would be to go to YouTube when you get some free time and search for videos for your particular model of phone. Just type in the model number, and there usually are how-to videos for basic repairs for phones, and you'd be surprised what you can fix yourself. I've saved a couple phones and laptops over years by just looking up YouTube videos on how to do simple repairs. Tow truck, what's up, buddy? Down like if I lit. Well, Bika, it's worth it if you can get the solar panels cheap enough. There is infrastructure in his area, but he chooses to be off grid because he doesn't want to be tied down to the whole grid. There's tow truck.
Hey,
What's up, dude?
I was checking on that link. It looks like it works great.
Cool.
StreamYard link
Yeah, I
is
was getting
good.
tired of talking to myself.
I was trying to
Alrighty.
figure how to pop out my Twitch chat, but it shows the
Yeah, things are.
outline, but it just goes blank. So I don't know. That'll work.
Yeah, I don't even know if I got the stream set up right. It's the first time I've started it, so
Well,
none of it be working.
I see everything at Discord is from Twitch except yourself. So did you get on? Are you on the right? So when you type something in, it'll come to Twitch. That means it's working, right?
Well, I'm gonna type something in YouTube. Tell me if it comes through
Yeah,
on Twitch.
yeah, yeah.
Does
That'll
did it say
prove it.
test?
Not yet.
Yeah, it looks like it's not working. So it
Oh,
means I'm just gonna have to keep bopping back and forth between platforms to keep up with the chat.
all right. So, and then I can mod over at Twitch too. I don't exactly know how to do it, but if you give me the word, I can get
Are
rid
you a
of,
mod over there?
yeah, get rid of the snot noses for you.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have many tonight,
Or
but
what?
yeah, if you want to keep an eye on it, that's
Yeah,
cool.
why not? Where's
Um,
everybody? Watching Netflix?
well, no. Long story short, some more stupid drama happened tonight in the stream. That Wiz started earlier, got shut down, and I
Oh yeah, I
restarted
saw
it
that.
about 10 minutes ago. So
Yeah, but I mean, you mean the rest of the world? What are they doing? Watching Netflix or what?
uh, I have no clue.
Well, they're not at work and they're not shopping. Coronials? Are they making coronials? Is that our mission for tonight?
Could could be.
All right. Zone. Is it worth to have a solar panel or doesn't he have infrastructure in his area? Uh, what is his thing with power? He They ran some power lines and he was like, get that shit out of here. I can't remember the story, but he's trying to live off a generator and solar panels. It's all an experiment. Doesn't always go right. But I think it too also has something to do with some wire rerouting that the power company was doing.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I'm all right today, Bika. Just got home from work. So just relax for an hour or two before I hit the sack.
I've got
Then
10 degrees Fahrenheit. 10. This many.
that much?
That means,
Wow.
yeah, my hands are full.
Yeah, the temperature today when I got up about noon was 68 degrees. And right now it's about 30. Yeah.
Yeah.
But thank God no more rain today.
Doom says it was 80 in Georgia. You guys will be ready for some tornadoes tomorrow. Yes, you will.
I'm gonna look up the radar right now.
I would get your freaking fold up your umbrella because with these hot and colds like that, you know what happens.
Yeah, there's a whole line of rain and storms stretching from Texas to New Jersey. It might pass north of him.
Tornado Alley.
I generally work either 8 hours or 10 hours a day. Hey, Bill, what's happening?
What's happening? Well, I'm gonna go grab a smoke, dude.
Sounds good. I'll hold the
Smoke
fort down.
this leaf.
I'm gonna pack a bowl.
Smoke that leaf. What? Oh well. I guess I don't know. You got 6 minutes yet, so don't get too anxious. Fuck
But the
it.
day I had, what the fuck?
6 minutes ain't gonna kill me. Alright. I don't have it rolled or nothing. I gotta do everything around here.
So Don T. Rump, is everybody running around like a chicken with their head cut off in your area? I know you're close to DC. Things have got to be getting kind of testy out there. Yeah, I think that's the plan, Don. Yeah, I avoid Walmart like the plague anymore. I haven't been there in a couple of months, and I really don't have any reason to go there anymore because they kind of stopped carrying a lot of the food that I bought, so they can go suck themselves. That's cool. Always good to have property in the woods. Crow Minion and Susan, hello. Yeah, I heard. I didn't hear any of the details, but I did hear New York got shut down. Um, and I don't know if Pennsylvania is shut down. I know there are rumors going around. And everybody, I'll ask you to bear with me. I'm the only person running the stream tonight. And Restream doesn't seem to be working that well, so I'm popping back and forth between the text chats. I'll try and keep up as best I can. But nothing is transferring to other platforms, at least that I can see. Yeah, I did all my shopping yesterday. Hit the Aldis, the Myers, the Menards, the Rural King. And it wasn't pandemonium, but it was definitely an interesting experience. Yeah, Huckleberry. What's the deal with Pennsylvania? Are they? Is it an official shutdown? Have you heard any news from the governor or anything? I tried to look it up on the news sites while I was at work, but I didn't see shit. Well, I'm wondering if this is going to go for more than a couple of months, if I should even bother buying airline tickets to get out to Wizards for 4th of July. Because right now there's some, I can get round trip tickets from Cleveland to St. Louis for a little over $200 with Southwest. Yeah. Bika, you can come and go as you please. You don't need to ask our permission. But it's always good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, it was Southwest's whatever their getaway cheapy fare is. I don't know if it's a refundable fare. I'm going to have to look into it, but I think like after taxes it was like $240. Aaron to Tires. How you doing, brother? I heard you lost a cable or something. Yeah, good night, Bika. To Tires. 1 minute warning. It's time to fire that goat up again. Like it's hilarious. I only do my grocery shopping, like my major shopping, once every 3 months, and this was right about the time that I would be stocking up on my toilet paper, and I would normally buy it bulk on Amazon because I get a decent price for the kind that I like with the Prime membership. And of course, I waited too long and couldn't get the bulk packs that I wanted, so I got enough to last me for oh, maybe a month, 6 weeks. But I'm sure supplies will be in within that time. I can always snitch some from my job if we stay open. And there are alternatives to wiping your ass. You don't need toilet paper. Right. It is that time.
Is it?
Fire and go. Yeah, it's just bizarre going into the Myers. The 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 normal section where they have their toilet paper is like a 200-foot long section of shelving, and it was completely empty yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. Are you up on your trash bags? Everybody's gonna
Oh
want
yeah,
trash bags next.
oh yeah. I early last year I bought like 3 boxes of contractor bags, and I still got 2.5 boxes. I'm
Yeah.
set on that.
those are amazing. The things you can do, you know, to for for your shelter, but to keep your stuff from being contaminated or
Well,
sprayed.
a good use for them. If you're worried about safe water supply, you can take those contractor bags and fill them up with water and just keep them in your bathtub. They won't leak, and they'll stay. You know, the
Right,
water will stay good for a month or so. You know,
very good.
and if you think it's not that safe, throw a teaspoon of bleach in it.
Right, in 5 gallons or something. A teaspoon won't hurt nothing.
Yeah.
Right. I was just wondering how we're gonna get water from the well if we don't have electricity. We don't have a hand pump or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat here. I have two wells on the property. Only one of them is wired up at the moment. And the only thing we feed it into, I think, is like our outdoor plumbing, like the faucet on the side of the house and then in the barn.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know if the power box that powers it is set up into our junction box for where we plug our generator in.
Mm.
I'm gonna have to check that out. But I'm to be honest with you, I don't even know if I would trust the well water because the well is maybe 40 feet away from my field, and
Oh,
that field gets sprayed with the Roundup and shit. So
yeah,
who knows how
that's
long?
probably not too great.
Yeah, I mean, in a pinch, you could probably drink it, but I wouldn't want to do it long term.
Alexa Pure.
Yeah.
But it's so cold up here, man. I'm so glad we had problems with our furnace this winter and we struggled with it trying to get it, you know, to not have to buy a new one is the key. Just try to make the rest of this year and hopefully next year it would be time to get a new one or something. But shit, I'm so glad it's running now. I didn't really expect it's 2 degrees now. Two. This is not good.
Well, you're
I
up
mean,
far north enough that you could probably, go to a local pond and cut some ice and save the ice if you needed it for drinking water. You know, put in some sawdust and bury it.
yeah. Well, yeah, there's lots of water up here. It's the county's name is Clearwater.
Gotcha.
So, but I mean, and we were talking about the well only being 75 foot deep too, and we're up on the hill. See, this is the beginning of the Great Plains right here where I live. If you
Mhm.
go a little bit to the west, it's it's just it's
Yep.
the Great Plains from there on out to the Rocky Mountains, man. All the Dakotas and all that stuff.
Yeah, because
Well,
isn't western and southern Minnesota has a lot of grain production, doesn't it? Like wheat and
oh
stuff.
yes,
Yeah,
oh yes, miles and miles of corn for sure. But it the land is there's a lot of variance, so you get a lot of grazing land too. There's a little bit of everything, I guess. Up here, up north, the seasons are really short. We don't have a lot of growing, and it kind of seems damp. It's kind of marshy. Not that it's really the land up here isn't great for growing crops, especially because of the season. But the dirt isn't black. It isn't the black dirt like you get down south either. So up here, it's wood, a lot of wood and grazing. The hay and all that stuff comes from out west. I was just talking about. Some people can get by with straw and hay, but man, we went to the grocery store today. They got it combined with the hardware store and stuff. We walked in and we're gonna go, just get some milk and stuff like that because the Minnesota state announced they were gonna have a 72-hour. So we went and grabbed some milk and we've been thinking about some ammunition and stuff, and a little shit. But we come in, it's, a nice little grocery and kind of a nice little hardware store. It's albeit a little expensive, but it's all quality stuff. You can it works. And so we walk in, and it's like, well, where are the where's the ammunition? Oh, right there in the glass case, and there's a guy standing there right on the glass case. But they had it set up where there was
Good
ammunition,
night,
and
Susan.
then there was Kleenex, and there was surface cleaner, and there was hand sanitizer, and it was all sitting out on this little display right there. You could have walked by with a basket and gone, one of these, one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those, and you'd have had everything you need. They had it all laid out for you just like that, man. It's so nice to be up here, man. We didn't have to fucking struggle with nobody to get nothing. Granted, things are low, like rice. We I wanted to get the 20-pound bag, but they've been gone for weeks up here. And so, but we were able to get like 6 2-pound bags and stuff. So I'm happy with that. And it's just, I'm so grateful to be up here, man, seeing the zoology that's going on and everywhere. But fishing's a little far off. We got turkey season coming up. They have lottery. So I mean,
Well, see, that's going to
I
be
can
an
walk around
interesting
with a
thing is
gun.
to see what happens with certain states if they're going to cancel hunting seasons. As a public safety issue, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody tries to do it. Oh, we don't want people running around in the woods with guns if there's a crisis going on. Fuck off.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying about turkey hunting. It gives me an excuse to walk around with a gun.
Exactly.
I mean, because like last night we did a little road trip and went a few 20, 30 miles south of here and probably saw 50 deer along the way. One was like a group of 20. There was like a group of fucking 20 deer, man. So, I mean, if everybody's staying home, I suppose that means the freaking Ranger Rick is staying home too. There ain't no DNR out there. But for now, see, March 1st, they pull all the ice houses off the lakes. So there's no, ice houses are very nice shelters for a
Mhm.
lot. A lot of people do live there a lot through the winter. It's cheaper to heat your fish house than it is your house. I mean, you can be comfortable and you can be, and you're getting food. And for the most part, you can not disturb the neighbors and all that other
Yeah.
bullshit. So a lot of people, whether they live in a large house or even apartment dwellers love it. In this winter, they can go out and hang out in their freaking all their amenities of home ice house.
Yep.
Some of them are very nice, actually.
They could not do any ice fishing this season up on Lake Erie. We had no ice at all.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, it does happen some years, but yeah, it was too warm this winter.
So we're not gonna, but
Yeah, I
I
had
don't
I
know.
had 2 deliveries today show up at work for me. I had 243 come in,
Nice.
and so 45. I'm still waiting on 2 boxes of 9mm, and I think that's going to show up Monday.
We got some different slugs for the 20 gauge that were 45 hollow points.
Cool.
With the slits like that, but it's a copper jacketed. Oh wait, let's see. There wouldn't be any lead in it, so it's mostly all copper. Uh,
Uh-huh.
but it's a 45 hollow, as opposed to the other ones they had before were more of you know, like a bullet, as in a a 30-06, or they were projectile. They were pointy like this instead of being a hollow point like a 45 hollow point. So that was kind of different. The old guy in there, he's like, "Oh, what the hell are these?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's the new age shit."
Yeah, they're doing some weird
But
stuff nowadays with slugs, making all different kinds of different shapes, materials.
yeah, but they were sold out of everything common too. As far as there weren't any 12 gauge left, there weren't any. All that was left of the 20s was those 45 uh, slugs, and there was no birdshot left of any kind, and just some a few 410 birdshot.
Yeah, everywhere that I went yesterday, the only thing that they had was 20 gauge, like dove shot, and some like number six
Yeah,
shot. Um, no 12 gauge,
seven.
except the little shorty shot. I've never used. Have you ever used those shorty 12s? They're only
Oh,
like an inch
half
and a
of
half. Yeah.
no, uh-uh. I no.
And then as far as pistol ammo goes, the only thing that was around in the stores was like 38 special and 32. Um, most places they were only limiting 22 ammo to one box per customer, and the only rifle ammo that they had was like I found 7 millimeter, so I picked up a couple of boxes of that for myself. But everything else was either 270 or 308, and I saw a couple boxes of 7.62 by 51. That was it.
And then so I don't know. We got private property here. I suppose just don't let anybody. I don't know. We're so far away from everything. I don't really foresee much problem of urban sprawl. Anyway, I just don't really foresee it. But what they're starting to talk about drones coming and delivering food and shit like that. I don't know how that's gonna work. Yeah, I try to
Well, if
pop
you
up.
if you start hearing about drones delivering food, the next thing you're going to hear about is people shooting down drones delivering food so that they can steal the food.
Well, that's what I was saying. Because what are they gonna do? Send in drones to collect your guns now? What the fuck's going on here?
No, they'll send a real drone and shoot a hellfire at your house.
No doubt, right?
Don't drone me, bro.
I cannot get that chat to pop out. The reason I like that is because every time I change screens, it restarts the chat, and you can't keep any history. But it just will not pop out for me tonight.
Yeah, I probably did something wrong when I started the stream, but I have no way of knowing how to fix it, so it is what it is.
Well, you got a good scapegoat then. That's why you keep that thing around.
Yeah, I
So
didn't see any gunpowder, but generally that's usually behind the counters. Um, but reloading supplies, there were bullets, quite a few available at the Cabela's,
big sacco.
and it was
I
hilarious.
have a loading.
The Rule King. There was a bunch of people asking
Oops.
to buy tannerite, and they said that they had it in stock, but they made a management decision they were not going to sell it to anybody.
Wow. What do you do? Burn your locks off or what? I don't get it.
Well, no, you know what tannerite is, don't you?
Well, it's like a burn, like a magnesium.
Well, no, it's a binary explosive. That's what they use in those reactive targets that you
Oh,
shoot and they blow up. You can make your own bombs with the shit. That's
yeah.
why they stopped selling it. So
So if you smeared it on a padlock and shot it with a 22, it would probably blow the padlock right off the wall.
I don't know the consistency of it. I've never used it myself. I don't know if you could smear it. You might have to like put a container, like take a soup can, put some in it, and then put the lock inside the soup can, and then shoot it, and that would probably work. But I don't know how adhesive it is or anything like that.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Well, so I don't know how I'm gonna take the generator out of this old junk car and hook it up to this 50cc motor and make a 12-volt generator. I guess that's all the better I can do. I suppose. I don't really know how to generate 120 with what I got.
I have to go out in my bar tomorrow and see if I can fire up my generator. I've never messed around with it before. We haven't plugged it in or fired it in probably 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
I just hope my dad drained the gas out of it before he put it away.
Yeah, we were able to get some gas today. That was nice at 139, I think. 139. That was fucking amazing. I think it was more for the 92, 91 octane that doesn't have any of the corn alcohol in it.
Hmm.
Ethanol shit that gels up. So yeah, gas is cheap, but we can't go nowhere. Figure that shit out.
It was a little high yesterday everywhere that I saw. It was like anywhere from $1.79 to $1.90. But they're all saying it's going to drop to like 99 cents, sometime in the next week. So who the fuck knows?
Right, right.
I
But
got 4 jerry cans all full up. I'm ready to go.
we were talking about buying a drum too, like a 300 to 500 gallon. That could that could make us through the whole summer. If we bought a tank and the gas, we'd still end up with a tank in the end. A lot of potential there with that cheap of a gas price. Oh, you heard any deals about free telephones or free internet? I heard Comcast was talking about if you join their service, they give you 2 years or 2 years free service if you join now.
Yeah,
Comcast. What I
I
thought
haven't
I
heard anything. All I hear
oh,
about is that free program where if you sign up for the SNAP program, like the food stamp shit, you can get a free phone from the government. Fucking Obama phone.
right, but I thought Trump said trade in your phones. I got alarm clocks for you because you're all going to work. But now that
Well, the
but now that
program,
this
I think they scaled it down, but it's still there for people who need it.
it is, yeah. But I thought with this thing they'd be real interested in getting out some phones because, well, what for 5G testing, but also for tracking. I think they want to be more able to track people. So I'm betting they're going to come out with phones for everyone pretty quick here. And, I mean, that goes along with the internet and everything too. If they're going to have education from home,
Yeah.
these kids are all going to have communication too. Did you hear they made the Netflix on their quality so that It
Yeah,
would burn the world internet.
yeah, they need
That's
to
kind of
start.
cool.
Yeah, voluntary restriction of bandwidth. For I think they're dropping everything that's 1080 down to 720, and then anything that was 720 down to 480. This is something that everybody should have: an
What
old-fashioned analog
you
cell
got?
phone, no GPS.
You don't no GPS on it.
Yeah, $10 phone.
Uh, I was watching something yesterday about how to use text and chat stuff like that without Wi-Fi or service, and I didn't get into it, but it was with Mike Morales in Above Ground News. He had a link talking about it's just a simple text or chat, but I that could be really helpful too. I remember back in the day we used to run a lot of our dealings with just text and chat. And hey, Bill,
What's happening, brother?
how's the Great Salt Lake Flats? Still flat?
Still flat and shaking.
Shaking, shaking,
More
baby.
aftershocks?
No, we're not having aftershocks. Not that I can feel lately.
Good,
Did
good.
they? What was the official figure, like the magnitude of the quake that happened the other day, the biggest one? Did they get a
It
Richter
was 5.7.
5.7.
5.7? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. We had some aftershocks that were in the four range. I think we had
Whoa.
about two of them that were uh, above four.
where was the epicenter?
The epicenter was in Magna, Utah.
Okay.
So that is west of the Salt Lake Airport.
Was there any major damage reported?
The rescue mission, they had to relocate the homeless people up to the town of Ogden, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, and there was warehouses. A lot of warehouses had stuff falling off shelves and everything. But I'm telling you, man, my walls were like swaying in my house. I thought I
Wow.
had a big Chinook helicopter or something over the top of the house, or it was like a overloaded train. We get overloaded trains that'll make the ground shake over here. But and I've felt things that do make the ground shake, like real heavy trucks or something like that. Not like this. This was like the floor. The floor was like just going back and forth like this. And the
Oh,
walls were swaying. So it was a back and forth motion. It's not really about the severity of the earthquake as far as, well, the severity has nothing to do with the magnitude, because you get different types of earthquakes that can cause more damage, and they might be a low
Uh-huh.
magnitude.
Yeah, it also depends on how deep it happened and the soil structures and shit like that. There's all different factors involved.
Well, this was not the good kind of earthquake to have.
this wasn't a good guy.
The back and forth motion, it did cause damage. I mean, it knocked things off people's shelves, and uh, some people's ceilings caved in. It was pretty strong where I'm at. It woke me up at 7:09 in the morning. It woke me up, and it just about threw me right off the bed. I'm not kidding you.
Have you heard any more about the bridges and stuff, and like how the cities are getting locked in because of the inspection excuse?
Yeah, they're still inspecting buildings. There were, I don't know what's going on with these Stingray towers that they're working on over here. I've been seeing guys up on top of these towers hooking stuff up. I think it's for 5G.
That's There's a
Hell,
lot of
I've heard in the
speculation about
desert they have 5G antennas disguised as saguaro cactuses.
it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I heard something
All I
last
know,
night. They were talking about the 5G signal going a mile, millimeter waves that can go a mile. What kind of power is that? Holy shit.
I don't know. But from what I heard, that Trump is trying to do something to stop it, to stop 5G from being rolled out. He's trying to stop it because it's dangerous, man. It's freaking dangerous to mammals. It will kill your dog. It'll kill you. It'll be long term and it'll take a while, but it will freaking kill you. It's bad stuff, man.
Oh,
Need
they're
to get
talking
out there.
about it being a trigger mechanism for different drugs that we have been pushed full of. You know, like it'll crack apart these cancer bubbles that they've already got in us and stuff. You know what I
Well,
mean?
they were saying that because of all the aluminum that they put in deodorant, your body is absorbing all this aluminum. It's basically turning your body into an antenna to receive these signals. And it's gonna, once they go live with the 5G, it's anybody that's got, a high aluminum content in their system is gonna get fucked.
Wow.
I don't know. I can give you
Truck
a
drop.
recommendation if you're interested in hearing it.
Mm.
A
What you
real
got, Bill?
simple thing to get rid of heavy metal, your bloodstream. A real simple thing to get rid of metals. Eat cilantro. Remove your of heavy metals. You're
You said
concerned about the
Cilantro?
action of metals that are in your body. G. Yeah, cilantro.
God, I wish
It's
I could
called
hear you.
Chinese parsley, cilantro. We call it. I don't know why they call it cilantro because it actually has an English word. It's called coriander. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
It's
okay.
same thing.
Oh
Same thing.
oh cool.
Coriander, same thing as cilantro.
Oh, good, because I don't like the taste of cilantro.
I like it in pico de go. Pico de
I
go
could
is
just use
good.
coriander.
Yeah, it's same thing though. Um,
I'm just
They make-
trying to help
I
you
know.
out. I
I
mean,
know.
anybody that's trying to think of how to get rid of metals out of their system, including aluminum, cilantro helps to remove those type of things out of your system. So, just something to know.
Z Shield.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
this InfoWars stuff, toxic metal and chemical defense support, supposed to clean your system out. That was a freebie that they threw in one of my orders last year.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they have microwave frequency embedded in the 5G, but if they do, you know what frequency does is it reacts with metals that are body. So in your amalgam fillings or anything like that, if you've got any metals, including what might be in your blood, including your iron in your blood, which everybody, period, you just have iron.
You're supposed to.
So we are a bag of mineral. Yeah, well, we're a bag of water, salt, and minerals. That's pretty much what we are, and calcium. Minerals.
Yeah. But as far as microwave, these are
And
millimeter
so
wave.
this 5G, this 5G. Well,
Shake it.
what I was going to say, just like when you put metal in the microwave, you put metal in your microwave, what happens?
Well, lightning.
well,
Makes you
millimeter is just the length of the wave from one cycle. So if you do frequency equals 1 over time, so as the frequency increases, the smaller your wave gets, the higher your frequency. That's all that means.
Uh-huh. So how far is a millimeter away from a
Right.
microwave?
Well, micro's 10 to the minus 6,
Uh-huh.
right? Or 10 to the minus 3, sorry. Or is it minus 6? I can't remember anymore. That's math. I can't remember math anymore.
That's
But a
exponential.
microwave
Oh, oh.
millimeter would be 10 to the minus 3.
So what
Microwave's 10 to
microwave
the minus
does?
6.
Oh, I see.
What microwave does, tow truck,
Yeah.
is it excites molecules.
Yeah.
So that's how when you combine water, which is in your body, with other minerals and substances like that, and hit it with a microwave, it's not good. It can't be good for physiologically for humans, and it's a super small. It's funny because long wave or FM or AM wave, what that bandwidth is, it won't do the same thing, but it does to some degree. What we got to worry about is electromagnetic field, which comes from your high voltage lines that causes cancer too. And you magnify the field of 5G with electromagnetic field. You're talking freaking serious damage to the human tissues.
And they put all
Yeah.
those high power lines right next to every school they could.
Sure.
Figure that out
Sure.
Exactly.
for years.
Then it
Yep.
excites
When it
the
co-
zinc
when
that your DNA uses to communicate within your DNA structure, and what causes confusion in your brain.
Just think of it like this: if you have
Right. Guess what else it does?
Oh,
think of it like
I'm
this: just take a
It has
shotgun.
your DNA code.
yeah.
Go ahead.
That's gonna.
Drop. Go ahead and tell them.
Basically, when you
You
get
got a
hit
delay.
when you get hit by radiation, you're basically taking a shotgun to your face. I mean, cell phones, people that put cell phones in their front pocket or inside their pocket, they're getting cancer from it. But the worst thing right now is the smart meters are really screwing people up worse than 5G does.
They just glow. I mean, they just radiate from within your household, huh?
Well, they give you a burst of radiation every so many seconds or whatever because they're constantly sending pinging back and forth. That's why I told them there's no way in hell you're going to put a smart meter in my house. So now they're trying to attack on an extra $5 or $10, but it's supposed to be such a saving device for electricity. Then how come you have to charge me extra for that and try to force me into it? So I'm waiting for them to charge me like 3 or 4 times, and then I'm going to slam them with the lawsuit. And I'm not going to hit them from the damages to my physiology. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit them for gouging me and unfair, everything else. It's just CPA,
Oh, yeah.
Consumer Protection Act. I'll nail them to the wall.
I'll
I'll
get
sue
that
them for
money
millions.
first and then go after
Yeah.
the damage. Hire a real lawyer for the damages.
I used to work for lawyers when I went to college, so I know how to sue
Yeah.
people. Everything, yeah, I'm pretty vicious. I actually help some people set up a 501c3, by the way, also. So I know a few things. Yeah.
Cool.
501c3. Wow,
Girls.
I could start up a church.
Yeah, it takes 6 months to a year to get a 501c3 approved. You got to go through the IRS and screw a lot of paperwork and keep responding to them until they actually approve you. It's a real pain in the butt, trust me. And then when you do get a 501c3, you can look for grants and stuff like that. But the thing is that the first year or two, you're only going to be able to maybe get like 50,000 most at grants and stuff. So you can pretty much have to do your own fundraising.
I was actually joking, by the way.
Well, I'm not.
But if I become one of those, I can't say Jesus anymore, huh?
Well, probably not in this day and age nowadays. Probably have to burn your Bible before you let to give you any money.
See what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
good news. It looks
I
like
know.
Restream is finally working again. Hallelujah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no pretzel swirls in a cast iron pan. Is that what you mean? Oh, you checked it out
Yeah.
yourself? Okay.
Yeah, I checked it.
Yeah,
I
if they
guess
said absolutely, if they, oh, sorry.
nothing. I just didn't realize that it was coming through. I should have told you right away. Hey, there's Restream. Anyway, I'm gonna go smoke something.
Go.
Yeah, if it comes
Get
down
her
to where I have
done.
to have, yeah, it's fire and hole. If I had to get, if they tried to force me to smart meter, I'd say, well, just pull the thing out. I'll get a solar arc and a generator. I already have a generator anyway to back up everything, and I got the solar panels and wind, all that stuff anyway. So I just go off grid, and
Yeah, luckily we don't have the smart meters here yet. It seems like my neighborhood is always the last to get any of the new tech. We don't even have fiber optic yet for all the comm lines and everything on my street. So hopefully, that ain't going to be in our near future.
well, when I
Believe me,
originally,
Canoe, you don't want a smart meter
Oh, I know.
because that's going to lead to the carbon footprint tax.
I don't want one for the health effects. My daughter's been affected by electricity quite a bit anyway. Me, it would probably wouldn't even bother me. I've been shocked so many times I should have been dead. And I'm talking about high voltage, but this place I bought right here is, after my wife died, it moved to closer to family. So I just bought it. It's got 6 lots on it. It's, I could put 6 individual residents on it right now. And I just bought it as an investment property, but we'll see how things go as far as that goes. But I do intend to get like 25, 50 acres off grid, and I don't care if I have to live in a freaking shed. She's out of school now, but at the end of the year she's 18, and I'll just do whatever I want with this place or whatever, or just give it to her, and sell the back 3 lots or 4 lots or whatever, and get an off grid homestead place and do that. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, if you get a place in Tornado Alley, you might want to get something that you can do underground.
Well, in Alabama, people have been putting, the safety bunkers for tornadoes underneath their houses for a long time now.
Yeah.
But I live in the Northwest, so up there, I live just west of Spokane, Washington. So,
Well, there's some old missile silos up there that you could convert into a bunker.
yeah, there was a couple of people talking about doing that over there on Mars Channel, in the same group, but I really don't go to Discord anymore. And the problem with those, they leak. They're really a lot of maintenance, and
Yeah.
they're just not worth it. To be honest with you.
The ones that I've seen, like you see every once in a while, like an article, like in the real estate section saying, "Oh, some dude bought an old missile silo and turned it into like a getaway retreat, and he made it all nice and fancy and everything." And they never tell you that they always have electric pumps running underneath everything, the subfloor, just to keep up with the water that seeps in. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it would completely flood it out.
Yeah, or it might still be targeted by the Soviets.
Yeah.
Great.
I remember I'm a kid of the late 80s. I grew up at the end of the Cold War, and I saw the targeting maps. And okay, I live just a little bit west of Cleveland, Ohio, and there were probably 30 targets within 20 miles of me.
Good luck. Good luck. Probably still is. My niece lives in Ohio now.
Yeah.
Around that area.
For sure. I can tell you for a fact, we have a major rail yard that's targeted, and a couple of the big factory. We have a big GM and a big Ford plant here. They're targeted. We have a NASA facility. They're targeted.
Yeah, anything tech
Yeah.
or manufacturing is going to be targeted. Trust me.
The port in Cleveland will be targeted.
Everything around here, we've got Hercules and these aeronautic places here.
Yeah, Bill. I actually
we make
I lived in Utah. I know all about them. Dugway Proving Ground was one of them too, by the way. Yeah.
And Hillfield.
Yeah, Hill Air Force.
Yeah.
Oh, there was something else down there. I remember.
Tooele Army Depot.
Thule. Yeah, that was it.
Tooele. 12, yeah. Armor
12.
Depot. Yeah.
That's
that'll be
where
it.
they
Now
pour mustard down.
I heard a rumor a couple of days ago out in California. They got that huge ass depot out in the desert in Barstow. They had a lot of activity going on out there. Trucks moving in and out in the
Yeah,
middle of the night, moving stuff in and out, and no one was saying anything about what was going on. Wizard,
well,
fire in the motherfucking bowl.
well, isn't the Marine base out there too? I remember going up there once or twice.
Yeah, it's not too far from 29 Palms. So
Right. Well, no, you got one just north of. You go north of. You go through. I think right there in Nevada, they have like Mount Charleston, and then you go around that on the west side, and there's a base up there, a Marine base going north. I forget what it is.
Well, there's all kinds of stuff that could be potential targets. I mean, if we were under some kind of an attack, they could potentially target our dams. For our reservoirs, they could potentially target a lot of things that they think will weaken our infrastructure. So it's not just military bases.
Well, think like the Hoover Dam and Grand Coulee Dam. They're targeted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I actually. Sorry.
nuclear facilities.
And what's the major freshwater river source in California that like feeds all pumping stations for that are targeted?
Well, you have the LA River, but you actually get the water source 150 miles up in the mountains, and it's actually
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
piped down all the way down to LA.
Yeah, the pumping stations that handle all that, I'm sure they're targeted.
See the Hoover Dam, Flaming Gorge Dam, all of those are tribute. Well, the Flaming Gorge is a tributary into the Colorado from off the Green River, and then it all goes down. It winds up in Parker, Arizona, at the Parker Dam. It goes down to Lake Mead. You've got Lake Mead, the Hoover Dam, and it could potentially split the entire continent if they were to target one of those dams like that. I mean, it would just decimate.
Isn't Lake Powell a big lake down there too?
Powell's over in Reno.
No, okay. Lake Powell's in southern Utah.
Is it?
That's on the call.
What's the one I'm thinking about then, Bill?
Tahoe.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got Lake Will, Lake Powell. I've actually went fishing for striper bass in Lake Powell. Yeah, that's right. On a houseboat. That was fun.
They'll practically pay you to catch stripers out of Lake Powell. They took the limit off of stripers.
They're getting that bad, eh?
Yeah, they might have got it under control by now, but it was about 5 years ago. It was a scourge. I mean, the stripers, when you catch them, they'd be all skinny and everything because they were running out of food.
I was pulling up some pretty good, nice ones. They were about 2.5 feet long.
How long ago?
It was probably 2 decades ago, maybe 3.
That's why they were awesome back then.
Yeah. So how's this sniffles going? I mean, I can't believe people are falling for this con.
Well, I was out grocery shopping yesterday, and at different stores, I saw a handful of people walking around wearing masks and wearing gloves. And I will give credit to the employees at all the stores that I saw. Every single store that I went to, all the employees were wearing gloves. So
Yeah, but I did a little analysis
Yeah,
of it.
that's.
Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Go ahead.
I did a little
I was just
analysis.
saying, it might be more than sniffles. That's the problem. We don't know what it is. People act like they kind of know, but there's so much mixed information out there. We don't know what to think.
it truly
Man,
is
this
an
is a
info
bad lag.
war.
First victim was the truth.
You got it.
Well, yeah, it's a con for sure. It's not even as bad as last year's flu, and the last 2 years have been pretty bad. I mean, if you've been hospitalized for the flu, you had it's around 7% people died. I did the figures on CDC's website, and that's where it pinged at about 7%. Now we're looking at people that go to the doctor. Those are mostly unconfirmed because the doctor looks and says you got the flu, go home and do this, right? And then you say asymptomatic. They're actually just estimating, so they have no idea. And we don't have enough data points on this flu to make any determination. So it's either the worst thing in the world or it's just a con job. And I think it's a con job because if it wasn't a con job, then how come all the media is jumping on top of this? This has just got full support from everybody across the world. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I think it's total con. What they're really doing, and I know what they're doing right now, they're actually uh, wiring up the 5G as fast as they can because April 6th is their deadline. And it's not just the 5G that we need to talk about, but it's the fact that they're either one, expecting some supernatural disaster coming by, and that's why we got all the National Guard being deposed across the country, or number two, we're expecting to go to war, or or have a civil war and a war, or three, it's a combination of one and two.
Guard deployments are going. I mean, it could just be support for border security. Um, I know there was. I saw an article yesterday. The general that's in charge of the National Guard Bureau was saying that good chance that a good portion of the states um, they'll activate their guards by the governor at the state level. And he was hoping that it would stay that way and that Trump wouldn't federalize it because was to federalize bonds, it would occur financially than it would if it was, activated at the state level. I don't know.
Well, if he federalized it, then the entire National Guard would be under federal control. And
Yeah.
so we're looking at, yeah, so we're looking, but I already know that they called up all the reserves. So they're expecting some big event. We're either going to war, we got a supernatural disaster coming, or number two, we got a civil war and a war coming. And we're looking at either way, we're not looking at any good outcomes, or we're looking at the simple fact is the New World Order won, and we're actually going to be rounded up and put in the FAM caps and executed. So you got those options.
Yeah.
Something's going on. Something big is going on.
Well, you think they're ready for the money system to make all the money digital? You
Well,
think
I do
because
believe
now
that.
everybody's gonna get a credit card with money on it or something, and to get your $1,000, you have to be registered and your household, your domicile and all that, and then there's a census too. But I'm saying if you're gonna get your money, you got to tell the government where you live.
I think they're going to do that either way.
And so everybody's going to get a credit card. Yeah, either way, but this is kind of a fast track for that, I would suppose.
I believe it's both. I believe it's actually, we got two good balls fighting each other. There's no good guys in this scene. Okay, in my opinion.
Right.
And I try to tell people that I know who Q was and I know who Q is. Q's always been the Queen of England or intelligence agencies and her corporations that are immune to any prosecution. And these people follow these Q drops like little mice down the rat trap. And I know that for a fact. And the kinetics and Serco and stuff like that, you figure out who's running most of the planet. And the other part of the cabal is over there in China. They have two major cabal families. They actually were fighting out a civil war during this whole virus thing, quote unquote. So we got a big mess in the world where people are positioning themselves within a corporation of a bigger corporation. They're all one club and they're fighting out for territory. They've always done that, and everybody gets financed by both sides. Rothschilds, thank you. So you see what I'm saying?
Financed everywhere.
Oh
Yeah.
They're the right hand of the Queen of England. Trust me, they are. I did a video on this, and somebody finally exposed the Queen for what she was, and said, "Yep. Now I can put this video out and show everybody who Q really is." And all those people didn't follow Q. They still follow Q. They're in denial. People don't get it sometimes. They just don't get it.
I never understood the Q thing, and from what little I've gleaned over the last few years, I don't trust it. But then again, I'm very ignorant on the entire topic. It sounds like something like Deep Throat,
Yeah, well, my high school years, I grew up in Vegas, so I saw every scam in the world. You know what I'm saying? You grew up in a town like Vegas. You figure out a scam real quick. A con is real quick to understand.
Shit.
So, you watch the Rockford Files and stuff like that, and he used to have this ex-con that worked for him. James Rockford. He talked to talk him and stuff like that. I can't remember who the guy was, but you figure out real quick. They had to show you everything in front of your face to show you their con, and they're showing your con to you in all the moves they've been doing, how everything's gonna go down, and blah blah blah. It's all a big con. Meanwhile, I've got people fighting over toilet paper when I've ordered toilet paper consistently when I replace my stock of supplies, prep supplies over and over again. I've been prepped for a long time, even though I'm probably not prepped enough for, if stuff really goes south, you know what I'm saying? But I have enough.
18 months is a long time. So when do I start being able to carry my shotgun around with me?
Well, I carry mine underneath my coat because it's a 410, and they work pretty good too in close range. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, one of those little what was it, a Mossberg 510, 410? Nice little gun. Got it for the nephew, but it's nice for the house.
It's good for somebody coming through your door. It doesn't have much kick. It's in a pistol form.
Yeah.
4 or 5 shots at 1,400 feet per second, coming out of the muzzle. Works pretty good on a crowd control when they're trying to rush your front door.
Right.
That's what claymores are for.
Claymores,
Same
get
thing.
the BBs. Same thing.
Front towards enemy.
That away.
So anyway, I got your bus ride all set up for you, troll truck. So you're good to go.
The station the other day, and well, let's see. No, that would be Tuesday. Tuesday, I called the station, and they said they were all good to go. And so I had picked out a travel for tomorrow morning at 10:45, but now I'm kind of chicken shit. That's kind of what I was wondering about, carrying a shotgun. I don't know if I want to go through all these zombies without some protection, man. Because
Well, yeah, I carry good throwing knives.
it
I mean the real ones.
it
You know.
can. I would be going through Chicago. I'd be going through Minneapolis, Chicago. I'd be going through Kansas City, and those are all zoos, man. I don't think I can handle that. I'm only one. What the fuck?
Can you see these?
Yeah, I can.
These are real throwing knives. These are full tang. These
I
things are heavy.
recognize that
When you
spider.
toss them, oh yeah, Black Widow.
Spyderco. Yep.
You can just
Oh,
toss these things. These are great. I have several throwing knives. I love them. They're one of my favorites.
I've
my
never messed
nephew and
around
I
with the knives.
collected,
The only thing I've ever thrown were hatchets.
right?
Well,
My
I was
nephew
sitting
and I
here.
collected up a bunch of railroad ties yesterday. I'm trying to build a waste oil forge. I'm gonna start pounding out some throwing knives like that and some different stuff.
Oh yeah, blacksmithing's a good thing to have. You want to be a
Yeah,
blacksmith, definitely. Yeah, because when the power goes out, you're gonna need a blacksmith. Trust me.
yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna get started on that. Just I was looking at one guy. He had this crank air billows. I don't have any. I can't develop the heat without. I got to work on getting me some kind of a blower.
Well, you got to get a ceramic bowl too, right? So you have to bake one of them real good and get one set up for pouring the metal. Or are you going to use what are you going to use for heating up the metal with?
Well, I found a little dragon torch that you put drip waste oil in it and then blow maybe CFM through this little thing. It looks like a whistle and it makes a little blowtorch. But I don't have a environment. I don't have a forge or a hearth or any of that stuff. Marca. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
most people don't realize that if all the industrialization goes down, all the big plants go down, they're not going to be able to make steel. So whatever scrap steel there is, you're going to have to use that, and you're going to have to weld it and or blacksmith it. And so forges are going to be really important. If all the power goes out, you
Yeah,
got
I
all
got
that electricity gone.
to work on that. I'm looking for some chimneys or some old houses, and get some fire brick. I think I can find it. Hey, oh, Wizard just got enough power to chat. Okay, hi, Wizard. Yeah. So I don't know. Like I say, drop. I mean, I appreciate all that bus ticket, man. I hope nobody purchased anything yet because I have to. Oh man, I'm claiming chicken shit on that. I don't
Well, it's in reserve. Don't worry about it.
see and plus it's like my family here is around 5 and mine is around 11, and need me in a sense too. So it wasn't that way, it wasn't that way. And then it was like, well, if the zombie apocalypse comes, you're gonna want to have tow truck on your side. So it kind of the
Well,
reality of me leaving kind of changed things.
oh, I got it. I got it. It's in reserve, Bill. You got the money to do what you need to do. But I'm telling you right now that you probably need to stick around the house if that's the way it is. Because honestly, there's going to be a lot of people looking for food. You never
Yeah.
know.
As soon as they lock up the liquor stores, man, they're gonna start smashing out the windows, and the National Guard's gonna be the new police. It won't be good. It won't be good. I mean, I've seen my friends down in Minneapolis send me pictures on the fucking streets. Oh, I thought I saw a picture from San Diego today where they're on the where there should be 1 million cars constantly rolling past all the hotels and strips, and it's all gone. There's nobody there. So I guess it just ain't time to move around.
No, they shut down everything.
Yeah.
And I wasn't aware of your situation. I thought you were going to get up there to go and, to help out Wizard, but it's all cool. Don't worry about it, man.
No, yeah. I mean, I was.
The funds are there.
Like I said, that would be tomorrow morning.
Funds are there.
No,
that's all I can say.
Right on. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Wiz says the same thing, so that's cool. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows?
Well, I think we're looking at some times here. We're going to have a lot of lockdown. People are going to be complacent. I'll tell you one thing right now. When FEMA knocks on your door and says, "Are you okay? Do you have enough food and water?" Oh man, I'm starving, and I got no water either. I'll lick the water off your tires, for Christ's sakes. That'll keep them out of the house. Okay.
Yeah.
If you say, "Oh, we're fine, go away," they'll kick the door and they'll take everything you got. Either that, you're going to have to shoot them.
Right.
So, my situation, they're going to eat lead. I don't play.
Right. Well, I was, I got a monkey suit, a blue monkey suit, like a mechanic suit or whatever. I put on the other day, and I was just joking with my nephew, I was like, if you see somebody come to your door dressed like this, with a clipboard in their hand talking about, I want to read your meter and shit like that, don't let nobody here in the house, man. Because I started playing in the part. I grabbed my clipboard and my orange jacket with the reflective tape all over it, real same stuff in my clipboard. And I started playing the role. We need to come and check your meter. It hasn't been functioning, and just any excuse to get into the house and see what you got.
Oh, there was a report
2
days ago. Somewhere in California, some dude showed up at some late and they had a clipboard and some official looking, paperwork, and they said, "Yeah, we're here to test you for the virus and take your temp sample." And lady let them in, and it turned into an armed robbery, and they beat the fuck out of her and they stole all her shit.
Yeah. Happening, plenty of that. I'm not that worried. I'm laid way back. But there's
well, you're pretty far from major population centers.
Doubt.
So
oh yeah. I'm miles from even Grand Forks, 300 miles from Minneapolis. But still, zombies know no bounds.
Well, I can give you perspective on that because my father lived through the Depression. Okay, he's 88 now. He's still alive.
Hey, Michelle.
About urban sprawl. Pro-life.
They had a farm.
What's up?
Hi, Michelle.
They had a farm?
Well, yeah, they had a farm / ranch. They raised potatoes and they also raised livestock, out there in Montana. And even back then, there was people that would come out of nowhere, and they said it was even worse out there because there was people hungry and stuff, and they would just give them a job for a day or two, to earn enough to pay for the food. It was bad out there. It wasn't easy either. You know what I'm saying? They used to go down, use sacks of potatoes to buy stuff with. They go down to the store, trade potatoes for whatever they needed.
If you fall, I get the laugh. Sorry.
Well, that's the thing. Anybody is going to want to get out of there, and that there's not enough to know that without, a secure place or friends
right
or
back.
whatever, but a place, camping and stuff, and living on the railroad tracks, and man, people not the way they might used to have been. You certainly can't hitchhike anymore. You can't even really get around the roads are so you can only get through on interstates, and it's just not good. But you can never find a place to take a piss, for that matter.
Well, this
Causes
town's
a
full of
lot of
vets,
problems.
and they're all heavily armed, and we all agreed that if anybody is getting their house ransacked, we're just going to surround them, disarm them, and hold them for constitutional courts.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Try
that's a
them
good
under the
plan.
constitutional, so that they, we'll hold them as prisoners. I don't care who they are. If they declare martial law, we're no longer subject to the Constitution, other than the fact that we're supposed to defend it against a tyrannical government. So therefore, they're going to be arrested by us at gunpoint. So unless they're going to spend about 2,000 Marines to come over here and bust this town down, which a lot of these guys are Marines or ex-Army or
Who's been eating all
Navy,
the mints?
good luck to them.
Good luck to 'em.
Because a lot of these guys have been in combat
What color?
in this town. That's why they're here, for the peace and quiet, because they've been through this shit. A lot of them.
Are you near Fairchild?
I'm outside of Fairchild, quite a distance, and I'm not going to dox my location.
Oh yeah. It's general area.
Fairchild will be, that'll be hit for sure.
Have you heard of any activity at Yakima?
No,
Big
Yakima,
reservation there.
no, it's been it's been south of me, and I really don't worry about
How do you
southern.
open this?
Cookies.
Cookies.
Child
You're a
proof.
ninja turtle, Sarah.
Nice countertops, by the way, Michelle. I like those.
Oh, thank you. My sister, when we had the house fire, unfortunately, none of the house was salvageable, so we had to rebuild, and our insurance paid a little bit of it. Then we had to put our own money in it, and my sister picked out these countertops, and I said, I don't think I would like them. But when they put them in, and then I got to see the cupboards with them, it matched perfectly. But today, newer homes have smaller kitchens. I hate that. I'm an old-fashioned person. I'd rather buy a farmhouse with a huge kitchen.
Sure.
Check this out, guys, on my dog's neck. Look at that sore.
Car?
Hey,
She
Michelle,
has
you know
cyst.
what you need to do.
Yep.
If you're not
I
using
don't
that
know
colloidal,
what to do.
if you're not using that colloidal silver for yourself, put some of it on your dog.
I can put that on her?
Yeah, you can put it on topically. Just take a couple,
Okay.
eyedroppers, and work it into the, through the
Since the
fur
vet's
and into the
closed.
skin. Yeah, the silver will be
Okay.
the best thing that you can do for it right now.
All right. Because I've been calling and trying to get in. They're like, well, it's not an emergency. They're not really seeing dogs right now or animals.
Yep.
So,
Well,
and
if
what
it's
it was a cyst, and it popped. And she's been just digging at it. So thank you for that, because I don't know what else to do.
you
Yeah,
can use
the silvers are
elderberry
just
oil too.
Oh,
Elderberry oil
turmeric.
too, by the way.
okay.
What was that amazing drop?
Yeah.
Turmeric's
I
also good. Don't drop.
Okay.
If you have a set of clippers, I would suggest trimming the fur around the wound. Like tow truck saying, keep it clean. Put some of that silver on there and put a bandage on it and see if do you have where at on the body? Is it on the neck?
Yeah, it's on the neck. Yeah.
Do you have one of those plastic cones you can put around the dog's head so that it doesn't lick and bite the stuff? Yeah. Use that.
All right, I'll try that tonight before she goes to bed.
Is it an infection?
Hey, Miriam.
I don't. It looks like it's turning into an infection because when I had the regular appointment scheduled, it was to check on a cyst.
Have you heard of
during the
Diamantis
last
Earth?
2 weeks, it popped. What's that?
Have you heard of Diamantis Earth?
No, never heard of that. What is that?
Okay, they can use that for insects, and you can actually give a small amount to humans and pets, and it kills parasites. And so you can actually just put a small amount in their water. If you look at Diamantis Earth on Amazon, it gives you the dosing amounts for like pets and humans, stuff like that. It will actually flush you out of parasites. A lot of people use that for the pets.
All right.
Instead of all that expensive medicine that the vet gives you.
Yeah, that's true. You probably would just put her on more antibiotics, and she's already had enough of that.
On my videos, I actually do link the Diamantis Earth, in my videos. You just have to look through them. I can find out which one if you want me to.
It wasn't a baton that I threw. It was a rifle. Go ahead. Sorry.
You can use that for on your pets. Just put it in drinking water, and that's like several months ago. I did that video. I have to look for it.
Yeah.
I'll just put it in the back.
Yeah.
The green room.
Cool. Who ate my chocolate-covered strawberries?
What did
somebody stole Mom's chocolate-covered strawberries?
No. Hey, Huck, are you going to be here for a couple minutes?
I will be. What?
Okay. I'm going to drop out for a few minutes. I got to go water a tree.
Oh, wait. If you drop out, I have to go log on to
No. I'm just going to walk away.
Okay.
I'll be back. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. What are you doing? I see, Sarah. Be careful you don't hit yourself in the head.
Trying to get my Twitch chat to pop out.
He's got Lucy's picture on there. That's cute. Yeah.
Pop it on. It just don't know.
Oh, you ran over my foot, Sarah. God, that hurt. She's on her hoverboard.
Feed stores that have horse
okay,
supplies.
tow truck. I'm going to pay you $20 if you get on a hoverboard. Would you do it? Can you even hear me, tow truck?
Yeah.
I asked you, would you get on a hoverboard?
You're talking about bad at first time out on things.
Yeah. I wouldn't get on it either, brother, so don't worry.
I tried to take a razor scooter for a test ride at a garage sale, and I went down the apron and hit the curb and flopped, and that thing almost ended up sticking all new stuff. The 8-wheel roller skater, though. I used to be a very good roller skater.
Chocolate covered strawberries. I love them. That was only fruit that was left at the store was strawberries. What? Yeah, you're crazy, Sarah. My daughter's riding her hoverboard around the house. So how have you been, tow truck? Everything healthy? Everyone in your family good?
Yeah, it's they canceled the school and stuff, and at first he was happy with that. So, but the other day it was like 37, 38 degrees. So we got on our bikes and went to town and drove around town, found a bunch of railroad spikes and stuff like that. We're going to try to make some knives. Got them into a little bit of a hobby and such. but I'm glad we did it because that was 2 days ago at 30. It was probably 37, 38, 39. But now we got 1 degree. One.
Uh-huh.
I don't even have anything to rub together to make it warmer. I got one. Really unexpected that cold again.
Right.
Watch for them tornadoes.
Yeah, there's been
It's
tornado watches for
Georgia,
Tennessee. I saw that.
Georgia, and one here, so something's got to give. Oh, you found wax paper?
Yeah, I've had it for a while. Why, you
You
can't
know
find
what's
it, have
really
you?
hard to find is wax paper, paraffin bags.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked for to buy a new one because I'm going to be making Easter candy soon. So, and I need
Yeah,
it to make the Easter candy because I got candy molds and stuff like that prepared to do it. And then there was no wax paper. So this is my last roll.
Okay, Michelle, I dropped that Diamatis Earth thing in the chat in the green room for the
Okay.
StreamYard,
All
and you
right.
can look that up. It's good for humans, good for pets, for getting rid of parasites and stuff like that.
Okay,
And
sounds good.
it works real good for stuff.
Well, I appreciate that.
I did a
AZ
video
said you
like
could find
that.
it at your.
What's that?
AZ was saying you could find it at your local, the kind that would have stuff for horses,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep, and
yeah.
they have that store
like
right near me. So
Fleet Farm or
Just be careful about
whatever.
just
Maybe.
be careful about dosing yourself or your kids or your pets, because you can,
okay.
just be real careful and read the instructions. But that actually what gets rid of parasites in your body.
Dad saw you waste that whole bowl. He would be mad.
Feed
There's kids that
store.
are starving in this world, young lady.
I have a nice 10-pound bag of it just for controlling pests and flies and stuff like that. Works great. Mix that with a little bit of apple cider vinegar and water and stuff, and put
Yeah.
it in those little fly traps, and it just kills them like crazy. The exoskeleton from the insects is
They
pulled
were
out.
out of vinegar at the store.
I've got
You know,
Oh
it's
tons of
yeah.
funny how they're running out of things that you wouldn't think normal people would buy every day. You know?
The next
when my
round is going
kid
to
goes.
be garbage bags.
Yep,
What's that?
Bags.
yep. Guess what I bought today? Troll truck. Garbage bags.
Mega roll of garbage bags.
Yeah, yeah. No kidding. Make sure I got enough.
I mean, it's about this big, but I bet you there's 20 bags in there. 50, whatever, 55-gallon bags. Shit, I've used them for everything. You get stuck out in there, bag up your gear. Keep your legs out of the wind, keep your body out of the rain, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I
Use it for booties and everything else.
guitars.
Yep.
For which?
I'm actually using them to save a bunch of beer cans and pop cans so I can make some solar passive heaters for next winter.
Yeah, you're supposed to do that before.
Sure. You don't crush them or anything. You just use them like
Nope.
glue them together in a wall.
You drill holes out. You drill holes in them on top and the bottom. You make the hole in the top smaller than the one in the bottom. It's like you have a natural draw of the air in there, and it actually works like a jet, like they used to use for water systems, like the Romans used for hydro systems. So you increase the pressure, and it actually heats up, and you can get up to 200 degrees or higher with these things in the middle of winter when it's freezing outside, as long as you have good sun. I'm going to use them for a chicken coop and stuff like that.
Send me the links.
There you go. Now I'm missing your link. You put your link on that funny named Earth.
It's in the back end of the green room of StreamYard, not on chat. I can't put anything on chat because I'm not a mod.
So it's in the private chat, right?
It's in the private chat. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
So If you want to drop that for everybody, let them know. That's a very
Okay.
good product. As I
First
mentioned,
one or the second one?
both either or, they're the same
Okay.
thing. You know, one may not be available on Amazon. I don't see the one I used to buy. It's the other one now, the Harris one. Same thing.
At the same time,
You can
I
spray it
know
on your
with the
pets.
snake broke the door.
You can give it to them, internally. You can give it to yourself and children to get rid of parasites. It's a survival pepper thing,
Well, that's
but
good to know.
it's all natural, and there's that's I think I did a video like 8, 9 months or 10 months ago. You know, I did a video about like April 4th or 8th about warning about the stock market this year and how everything's going to crash and the events of it and all that crap.
Right.
Yeah, I did.
That's
I
awesome.
also talked about the invasion and the impending earthquakes on the West Coast as far as how they're going to be all the way from Canada down to Mexico.
Did you watch those senators who withdrew their money just before the stock plummeted?
Yeah, I saw that, Michelle. That's going to be funny.
I wonder if they're going to be held liable for that.
I
They
doubt it.
should be.
Has Hillary been liable? No.
Yeah, that's true.
Biden? No.
Aaron to tires. Good night, brother. You be
And that's how
well.
they turned out, folks. Strawberries.
Have a good night, Aaron.
Who doesn't like chocolate covered strawberries?
There's a verse in Revelations, Michelle, that's 6:15, chapter 6, verse 15, 16,
Okay.
17, and it goes 13 through 14 through 15 through 16 through 17. Talks about how these people are going to hide in their caves and they will find no shelter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's going to be people that are going to come to small towns like mine and try to rob us for food. That's coming.
Oh, I know that too.
So that's why I tell people to be prepared at all times. Not to say that I want you guys to hurt anybody, because I don't want to be in that position. I've already taken a life when I was younger. I had an abortion. I don't want to do it again. But by all means, if someone tries to hurt my family, I am going to protect them. And I think you guys would do the same, right?
I've done it.
So
Yeah.
I hope I never have to be in that position.
I've been working up there for the past year. She was from Orchard Park.
Oh, that's a nice area.
Oh, yeah. Around there within,
Yeah, Orchard
not too
Park's
far.
about a 30-minute drive for us, maybe 35 minutes, depending on how fast my husband drives. That's where the Buffalo Bills are.
Oh, do you get a lot of travel from Canada?
We do, but it comes more towards Ellicottville because it's a ski resort. They'll go to PA. They will travel through my county just to get to PA because it's free taxing on clothing. So we get a lot of traffic there, and then we get a lot of traffic in what you call Cheektowaga, where the big mall is and the airport. So there are a lot of cases bringing to the light in Buffalo, but we're about an hour from Buffalo, and we normally don't go to Buffalo. So,
How did Holiday Valley end up doing this year? Did they have any decent snow in Ellicottville?
you know what? They had to do a lot of man-made snow, but it was weird because at the end of December, they were still making snow, but in January and February, they really didn't have to produce a lot of that. But they made a lot of money in January and February.
I know a couple of people up in Buffalo and some in Michigan.
People are affected in Ellicottville. They were just talking about, which is
like
Chautauqua County.
I have their phone numbers and stuff. I've been talking to them for a couple of years. They're good people.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
So if you ever need those phone numbers, let me know, Michelle. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah, do you want some pasta?
I'm sure my nephew has been to the Ellicott school. I'm pretty sure that's where he. Do they have Marine Corps colors? Ellicott?
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, he was going to school last year. and then she was traveling back and forth to Canada.
Yeah,
They
Canada
built a
is hour and 30-minute
$1
drive
billion.
from here, but we don't go there.
Right?
Yeah, Ellicottville, their school colors looked like maroon.
Yep. You said marine or
Maroon. Yeah. I used to go skiing up there in the Boy Scouts. We go up there in the wintertime
Yeah,
for an annual trip.
Chestnut Ridge is fun because that's where they got the original toboggan thing. Older than I, probably oldest my oldest sister. Yeah, I think toboggan's fun.
We
I
have a
like cross
toboggan
country skiing.
shoot here in Ohio, about maybe 20 miles east of me. Big twin refrigerated chutes, about 800 feet long or something like that. Go down the side of a hill. It's in
Uh-huh.
the public Metro Park system. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Why do women always rattle paper like that? I'm sorry.
Me? I'm sorry. I choose the
my
wax
wife,
paper.
my mother did that. My wife used to do that. Jeez.
Yeah, I save wax paper because the stores don't have any right now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I
I
actually
went to
did.
go get all my stuff to make my candy, and I was like, I cannot believe they're out of sandwich bags. And
I actually went to Walmart today in Spokane, and
Mhm.
they were pretty much wiped out in pasta. The shelves were bare.
Yeah.
There was people just grabbing toilet paper. They didn't care what they had to pay for it, and there was only a few of them. There was a limit of 2. They were like rats
Mhm.
going away. They were scared to death. And so now it's actually hit Spokane. Now we have the shortages here. So my daughter asked me, why do you grab so much food? We got more food than we need and everything else." And I'm like, you know what? You'll thank me in a couple months.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because when I went shopping, I made sure I had at least a cart full because I have the kids home from school now, and I wanted to plan 2 weeks worth of meals, 3 extra in case of emergency. Stuff like I can freeze, especially like beef stew, spaghetti, meatballs, meatloaf, you know. But they were out of a lot of stuff like cube steak. Only hamburger meat they had was that 80%. And I can't do that 80% because it's too greasy.
I went there looking for
But they had.
lobster and I couldn't find any. Now this
Really?
is the
Mhm.
third store I've looked for lobster. I couldn't find any lobster at all. So
Now,
it's like,
we had heard about a
Well,
week
that's what we
ago
were able
that
to fill a freezer full.
nationwide
So
lobster was going dirt cheap because they couldn't fly it out to overseas markets. So all the domestic lobster was going for pennies on the pound.
well,
yeah,
Plus,
but
they got
I
all
made sure I
bought up.
bought stuff that my kids can eat because anybody can eat peanut butter and jelly, and you can survive on that too.
yeah, because I live on the West Coast, not the East Coast.
Yeah, you can only take 1 loaf of bread. When my husband went, he was limited to 1 hamburger roll, 1 hot dog roll. He found toilet paper, and he was only allowed 1 bag of red potatoes, which usually I get 2 because I like to bake them and then I freeze them.
There was no potatoes at all today at the
Nope,
shelf. But
out
I went
completely.
to Safeway. They did have
Oh,
almost
they
everything.
had sweet potatoes. But who the hell wants sweet potatoes?
I do.
I don't like them.
I went to Safeway though. Almost everything was stocked in the store just down the road.
Yeah, it's a hit and a miss. You know, I guess Walmart's going to be closing now earlier than last time I knew. Because last time they closed at 11. Now they're closing at 8:30, so they can restock. Donald Trump did speak to all the food distributors in the United States here, the big companies that deliver to like Walmart, Wegmans, Tops, even your local grocery stores, and they're going to start just delivering more food. The problem is when they deliver to Tops, they only bring in like 1 pallet of toilet paper, and they have to stop doing that. They have to bring at least 2 or 3 in so everyone can have toilet paper.
Well, actually, the military is taking over the logistics now, so they will be coordinating
I did hear
everything.
that.
And the truckers will be underneath martial law as far as they will be inducted as part of the army or whatever. So they will actually get military pay for what they're doing. It's coming real soon.
But
Well, we're not
ultimately,
under martial law
FEMA
right
is
now.
coaching.
However, I do agree with the quarantine stuff, quarantine people and making sure unnecessary traveling, but to martial law people or to putting them in concentration camps, that's pretty friggin' scary.
No,
And people,
I want to talk to a tow truck. The truckers under the law will be under martial law, and they will actually be part of the armed forces in this case. So they'll be actually, you know, they'll be part of the army, and they will do the logistics for the military. They won't be under FEMA. That's happened before.
So,
I mean, under Rita that happened, but they will be under martial law. They will actually be part of the army.
right. But our Minnesota governor turned it over. So now they have Patriot Act laws. They have the Patriot Act rights.
Well,
By
under the
using the
trucking
National Guard.
industry, the trucking industry, under a situation of emergency like this, they will be underneath the National Guard or Army or whatever. I can't remember which one it is, but they will be working and be paid by the military.
Well, they can do the same thing with the cargo planes and passenger planes. They can call up the National Reserve Air Fleet, and basically all the FedEx planes and everything. They can federalize them.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh.
what happened to
I don't particularly want to go into it. It was just a
Oh,
more rehash of old drama that shouldn't have happened. So
maybe next time we'll.
Oh, that's okay. I understand,
yeah,
but I want him to know that I like Jack. So
Jack knows we love him. But I don't want to speak for Jack, so I would just assume let the topic lie.
okay.
Topics
Which
don't lie. Only
which topic were we talking about? So I know what we're talking about.
Well, some old drama got rehashed earlier tonight, and it ended up with the stream shutting down over it. So it was just stuff that we'd moved on, and someone brought it up again, and tempers flared, and
Oh
boy,
we just don't.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
After we were so good at I understand. Enough said.
It's enough said.
I was like, well, it's a couple minutes to midnight. I gotta go now because I paid through a whole day money off. And it only lasted one day. No, I didn't do anything today yet. I don't know. You guys can tell me later. Oh God.
No worries. No worries. No worries.
Take care, Froggy.
Well, the truckers will be under martial law, so they actually will be susceptible to the Uniform Code of Military Justice when this happens. And the trucking companies have agreed to this, and they have signed away on this a long time ago. So the trucker won't be able to just say, fuck it, I'm going home, and I'm going to leave my truck right here and go home to my family.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be conscripted under military law.
Oh yeah, they're gonna. Well, I know a lot of truckers who are proud to serve and do what they have to do, but I know a lot of them would rather go home with their families. I get that. Hold on.
Right. Well, they don't understand that also that if they decide to quit and go home, they can be called up right away by the military to go drive a damn truck. and they're under martial law, and so they're conscripted under the government, under military law, and they're subject to military code of justice, not the civilian code. The
I wonder
universal,
if they have.
Is that
Do you happen to know if they have similar arrangements for the lake shipping and the railroads and barge traffic on the rivers?
I'm pretty sure
Is
they
that-
do. I know the barge traffic for sure.
Yeah, because that handles a lot of our food supply up and down the Mississippi and the Missouri and everything.
Yep. Yeah, I know for sure that they're actually conscripted once this happens. So once that's employed or deployed, I should say, that does happen, and they are under martial law. They are actually part of the army or part of the military.
Yeah.
Dang it.
So if they don't show up for work and do what they're told, they actually are considered deserters.
Uh-huh.
Same as the military.
Subject to Uniform Code of Military Justice.
I do that.
Yep, that's the that one probably.
So
Yeah, it looks like Restream has finally
the-
worked itself out. Cool.
DNR guy is not going to be out in the woods.
That's an interesting
Looking
question.
for-
I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of days you see an announcement from the Department of the Interior saying that all the national parks, national monuments, Bureau of Land Management lands will be shut.
Well, I thought they already were.
They are.
I thought so too, and a lot.
I haven't heard anything, but
camp.
it would make
Did
sense.
you guys hear that churches are closing, but abortion clinics are open?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
that
yeah,
just
I do.
that
He
just
said it's essential more than ever right now in the time of crisis that we provide abortions.
wow, that just really pisses me off, Michelle.
Oh,
You
it
know what I'm
pisses
saying?
me off too.
God.
Jesus.
There's some states, that did close some of the clinics, but most of them are open.
Yeah, come get an abortion while you get your coronavirus, right?
Right? Yep. Meanwhile, putting not only the staff in jeopardy, not that we care about the baby killers, but we always can pray for them.
We do
But-
pray for them.
And I do often too as well, brother. But it's sad because they're putting everybody at risk. Exactly. Come on and get the coronavirus while we kill your baby.
And kill you too.
And kill you too. Yep. And the people who you love, especially your grandparents or your parents who are susceptible to getting the coronavirus. I mean, look at in Italy, it's affecting the elderly.
Well, honestly, I'm going to tell you the coronavirus is just the latest flu, and it's not even half as deadly as the last flu last year or the year before that. This is not about a virus or a flu. This is more about something's going down that's much bigger than this. Trust me.
Oh, it's a plague. I think it's just more times that God's wrath is coming.
I think there's a natural event that's coming, whether it's a catastrophe or whether it's it could be the fact that this is actually the NWO and actually coming at this where they're going to take total control and do the calling of the human race.
Mm-hmm.
Or what I think it actually is, a simple fact is we're about ready to go to war, and we're also in a civil war at the same time.
Oh, yeah. I believe China totally did this. I totally believe they're behind this.
I do
And I
believe that.
believe Democrats are using it for political gain because they've been nonstop bashing President Trump. They've been saying that, how dare us call this a China virus? Like, seriously, it came from China.
Political
Well-
semantics, a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Yeah, well, you use useful eaters until they're useless idiots, and then you are eaters and then you get rid of them once they achieve a goal for you. So you have chaos, you have order out of chaos. This is a perfect example of order out of chaos.
Mm-hmm. I'm posting a link in the chat for anybody interested. It's a very important message that my husband got, which he gave me, and I'm sharing with everybody with the Brother Random Message Church. For those who are believers. I believe we all should be like prepared, not just emotionally, physically, but spiritually too. I know the churches are closed, but it doesn't give like an excuse. We can read the Bible here at home, you know. So,
well, one thing I do know is that we died to this world to live with Christ,
mm-hmm.
and that is the ultimate goal, and that's the ultimate thing that will happen. And so, um, people are in fear. I would want you to calm down. I want you to say things that have pity for your neighbor, have love and charity for your neighbor, have peace and mind and soul.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're here to save souls. We're not here to take souls. Do the best you can and love people and promote peace and
And
love.
pray without ceasing.
Right.
That was the Bible verse for tonight. Pray without ceasing. What a perfect verse for the times we are in.
Well, there's a lot of people that are in fear.
I know, and God says not to have fear.
Yeah, because you will live forever with
mm-hmm.
the Father and
Amen.
with Yahshua.
I'll admit I do worry for my children. Let's say the rapture comes and the Lord takes me home. My husband stays behind, or my children stay behind. I know, like Sarah, she's at the age of accountability. My son and my other daughter are. I just hope they'll join. I really do. And I told Sarah, not everyone. I wanted to be honest with her the other night. Not everybody goes to heaven. And these mega churches and churches that are around us need to stop telling people that. They need to tell them the truth.
Well, you remember what I told you about my experience and when I was 9 years old and meeting my wife and my daughter, and remember those?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to lie about that. I really think we all move forward together. Peace and love. I mean, I think we all go to the Father regardless, but people that, they're going to have a reckoning for their sins on this earth, on this hell planet. So they need to think about, how can I straighten myself out now?
Mm-hmm.
And how can I get my people in line, my family, whatever it is, to realize that these things, that we're going to see, so they don't have to suffer through the tribulations that are coming.
Mm-hmm.
Because the tribulations are not going to be fun for anybody.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And do you want to suffer, or do you want to learn how to walk with Yeshua?
Oh, I'd rather walk with Yeshua.
Yes. You doing a fun drive again?
What's that?
You doing a fun drive again?
Well, what I'm doing is since the March for Life of New York's on hold, so anytime someone like donates $1 or $3, I will add to that and donate boxes of clothes to those people in need. Sister Renee, I just sent a bunch of size 10 and 12 girls' clothes, and they fit her granddaughter perfectly. And the Barbie dolls I sent are her granddaughters. They love them, and that brings me joy that I could help others in need rather than just throw my stuff out or throw it in the dumpster. I'm giving it to families in need. So that's what I'm going to be doing all this next month, is sending stuff out to those people in need. If they need a local grocery store card, like a Walmart card, I'll be able to, and I'll try to help. So
Okay, that's great. Sister Michelle is a very, loving person.
Oh, well, thank you. I
She is,
think, because like I said, I'm not going to the
and
March
and
for Life in New York. I have more
and,
time.
and Renee too, by the way.
Oh, she is a wonderful person. She does a lot too, you
Yeah,
know.
she's a wonderful
I
person.
want
I
to
mean,
help. I want to help people in need. And sometimes people understand it. Like at the end of the month, we have bills to pay or groceries to buy. And sometimes we have to take a pause on helping people, but people understand, you know, we do have responsibilities, to take care of our families and stuff. Like this week, I wanted to send out all our packages to everybody, their hats, their Trump stickers. But my husband said we needed to save a little more for food. And I understand that. What he says goes. But I love it when he says, here, let's donate to this or that. Because we both try to help as much as possible. And there are a
well,
lot of people who are going to be struggling because they're off of work.
throw your PayPal in there in the chat or back room or whatever, and I will give you a little bit of a boost on that.
Well, thank you, brothers and sisters. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Amazing Drop. That does help. And if anybody needs help, please don't be embarrassed. Even if it's just if you need a meal for 2 nights, don't be afraid to ask people because there are good people out there. There really are.
You
Right,
know,
Canoe?
I've been homeless
You got it.
before. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
I understand what a helping hand is. You know, and not always been the best situations, and I do know that a meal or something like that, or just somebody helping you out, is a big thing.
Oh, yeah. And you got to remember, Renee is taking care of all her granddaughters and grandsons. She's already took care of her children, and now that they're all adults and have their own families, unfortunately, it didn't work out for all of them. And now she's raising her grandchildren, and that can't be easy.
No, it can't.
But she does it because she's got this loving heart and this abundance of love for so many people. I just want to do as much possible by giving back to her. And what does God say too? Those who donate, he blesses them back. So, um, that's what I
You
always
know, every
learned.
time I donate, the government says we owe you money, and I'm like, really? You owe me money?
Yeah,
Because we owe you money back for like 2 years ago. And I was like, oh my god, the government said we owe you money from like 2 years ago, and here's
right.
$1,500 in your account. You know,
Yeah.
and it's like it just keeps on flowing. It's like,
Yep. And you know what else pisses me off about closing these churches? Not only do they close the churches, but they close the NA meetings, the AA meetings, those very important meetings that people need. Even if it's just a one-on-one over the phone, they still need to continue doing that because you still have people out there that are going to need those services. But meanwhile, again, they'll sit there and have Planned Parenthood open to kill babies. It just blows my mind.
yeah,
And
that just makes me sick.
and the state of California is under emergency, what's going to happen to all those homeless people? You and I know they're going to be infected by this coronavirus. It's just a thing that I can see just not ending.
Actually, I have some intel from Los Angeles. I haven't disclosed it yet, but I will disclose all these secret military bases there. That actually, uh, you'll have to watch a video down the road here. Um, I'm going to do something about that. I'm going to do something about. I'm going to actually give a lot more disclosure about stuff down the road here. But
Mm-hmm.
if you want, there we go. Thank you very much. And I will give a little bit here, not a big one, but I want you to, use it the best you can, Michelle.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I even have men's clothing and winter jackets and a microwave my sister just brought over, a brand new one in the box, blender. And I said she should do this as well, for people in her community. And I got her going on it, which, tell your neighbors about it and let's help one another out, you know,
I,
especially
I,
your elderly neighborhoods who, are more susceptible to this coronavirus. I mean, they're going to be homebound.
Hey,
I've
Michelle, can I
actually
make a
been.
suggestion?
Go ahead.
Um, just like Drop, earlier in my life, I spent 6 months homeless.
Uh-huh.
The best thing that I could suggest, as far as clothing donations go for people in bad situations, It's overlooked a lot. Socks and underwear.
Yes, you said that before during Christmas time. Yes, I think that's a
Yeah.
great idea.
A lot of things too is helping to get a new ID.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Absolutely.
but I just sent that over there to you, Michelle. So I've been helping Pete the Patriot help the homeless over there in Los Angeles too. And I
Oh,
hope
thank you. I keep forgetting he does live near there. What a good guy.
he does. He's a good guy. He's a great guy.
I always catch him on the replays because, I don't get along with everybody in certain chat rooms. And just to avoid the drama, I told him I will always support him. He said the same thing with me. He understands because there are some people out there that you really think they're like on your side, but they're just there just to cause havoc and trouble. And I
I've
didn't
ran
want that. I didn't want that for his channel.
I've ran into that too. There's some that they're open minded and they want you're in the panel until they actually don't agree with you, and then they want you out of there.
Yeah.
And well, we're here to talk about this. Well, I'm here to talk about the role, what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And Wiz is pretty good about this. We had a good chat about the guy over in Australia. I piss him off all the time, but I was just sitting there trying to get some information, and I really do love him, man. He's a good guy. Okay. And so we had a conversation about that like for 15, 30 minutes, and he's a really
Right.
good guy. And I have no animosity towards him, at all. I totally get him. I was sitting there trying to ask questions because he has some information that's really valuable to me and everybody else, and I really appreciate it. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Unfortunately, sometimes I come across arrogant or something like that. So that's my problem. I need to learn how to talk to people differently, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for that donation. That will definitely help send out at least 3 big boxes of clothing. So thank you so very much.
Yes.
And anybody, seriously, in the chat room, if you need men's extra large clothing, my husband just went through all his, and we just put it all in a big box, and we got winter jackets, and or if you need a meal or two, or prayer or anything, please call us, or anybody in this chat room would be happy to pray for you too.
Yeah, if you need help, reach out to any one of us and let us know how we can help, because these times right here, I don't have a lot of overhead, and I make enough income and still have plenty of work at this point. So, I have enough for me and my family and stuff like that. And we're just trying to help everybody that we can, and we want you to, walk with Yeshua.
Amen. What a beautiful name. I was teaching my daughter there's other names for God, and she couldn't believe it because the
That's
school doesn't teach them.
that's Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're trying to help. I'm raising plants for the elderly in my town that are on fixed incomes, because they're going to need how to grow food. And I'm just going to give some plants to them to grow some food extra, because I don't think it's going to be available this year. I'm looking at the Grand Solar Minimum. I'm looking at the crops being wiped out again. And I know that food's going to get very high priced, and they're going to have to grow their own food. And that's why I prepared for this small little city of mine with seeds, with other stuff that, like the pump that I mentioned, or the ability to actually create power, you know, to keep the water on from the artesian
Right.
wells, all kinds of things that people don't even think about that I've thought about. I prepared more for my little city than I have for myself in that
Mm-hmm.
respect. We need to work together, and we need to, have. Uh, uh, we need to be civilized in these times,
That's right.
Man,
and you need to care about other
biggest
people.
That's
problem
right.
it's never a place to wash up, man. You can never find a shower. And if you wanted to wash, clean up.
Yeah, luckily, when I was homeless, my situation, I was kind of lucky. I had access at night to my public library because it was actually being renovated and the building had some gaps in the wall. And I was able to
Right.
get in there and use the restrooms. I could take, a sponge bath and use the toilet and wash some clothes in the sink and
Check out
charge
a
up my
book or two.
electronics. Yeah, none of the cameras were on or nothing, so I could hang out in there for a couple hours as long as I was quiet and discreet.
There's
But
a place
I
in
was really
downtown.
lucky. I had a campsite set up in some woods that was adjacent to the library, and I had probably like an acre of blackberries that I could pick. Whenever I was hungry, there was some wild fruit trees, trapping rabbits. I poached a deer.
Mhm.
I wasn't starving.
I'm sorry you went through that, but now look where you are.
Well, it made me a better person because it kind of got me cleaned up on some shit that I was dealing with from my high school days. And after I got out of that situation, I spent the summer working at an Amish farm, got cleaned up a little bit, and it made a big improvement in my life. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Amen. I was just going to say that.
Here. They got a place over here. You come every day for breakfast or lunch. They just got some snacks, but then lunch. But then every other day you draw a ticket, and they got maybe 10 showers. And you probably run 50 people through them showers every other day. If and then I thought of like making for instance a horse trailer into several showers, high capacity, and some
I'm here.
Actually just pressure wash it, decontaminate it even in between uses or something, and be able to get
your audio is really bad. Could you refresh?
Be for the night though. I'm doing all right. I'm gonna cut.
I couldn't hear you. What?
With you.
Oh, you're going? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out.
Well, thanks for dropping by, Tow Truck. I appreciate it.
Good night, brother. We'll see you later.
Yeah, God bless you.
And I'll keep an eye out over on Twitch.
Okay. I was like, D-Live wouldn't let me sign in. I was just making sure I had an account.
I never use it. That's one of the wackiest platforms for my computer.
Oh yeah,
it never works for me.
I think the same thing with Discord. It wants me to pull my hair out because I constantly getting notifications. Yeah,
Sorry.
there you go. Dream well, Patriot.
Wiz is still with us.
Wiz, the wizard, the wizard.
Yeah, I think in these times we need to calm people down. We need to have rational thoughts. And, you see all the craziness going in stores. I was sitting there watching a bunch of people running around like rats trying to grab everything they could, when the lights turned on. That was not good. It was not good. No, it was like rats. They got, light turned on and they would just grab whatever they could, and people are panicked, they're in fear, and
I cannot believe these people that are just, and here's the thing, the local news media, what they do is they go to these grocery stores and they film the empty shelves And then they get this assumption going that this is what it's going to be like, even though the stores restock themselves almost every night now, got more trucks coming in with food. They try to cause people to panic. And it's just insane because even God says God will provide, for those who believe. I mean, I just don't understand it. What is up with this hoarding the toilet paper? Because nowhere in the corona symptoms are bowel problems. So why are people hoarding toilet paper?
Well,
It's like lemmings. They see someone else doing it, so they're gonna do it.
So we got follower hoarders.
that's why I call
Yeah,
them.
there's people that just don't have, you know, their own free will. They go with the crowd. They don't make. They don't want to take the responsibility for making big decisions for themselves. So they say, "Oh well, the majority of the people are doing this. I'm gonna hop in and do it too."
Yeah.
I call them the herd.
Yeah, herd
Because
mentality.
they
Yeah.
didn't listen. People like me that have been telling people to prep for years, and they don't listen.
Mm-hmm.
And now that the panic has started, they're trying to find things. I got to get this, I got to get that, I got to do this, I got to get that. And
Yeah.
if they prepped, they would be like, well, I'll go to the store and pick up a few items, and I don't need toilet paper and stuff like that. And
Well, I'm getting on my husband about prepping, like getting a sterno stove, to continue to keep buying boxes of white rice. And he's like, well, what's up with this rice stuff? I said, because you can eat that stuff. Peanut butter, same thing. Just because the date expires on certain things doesn't mean it's expired.
Well, a lot of people don't understand that a lot of those dates that they print on your food products aren't an expiration date. It's just a,
Yeah.
use by, freshest by type of thing.
Right.
You get a bag of rice, if you store it correctly, it'll last you 30 years,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've probably got about over 200 pounds of rice.
Ziploc bags, freezer bags, those are hard to find, and I need more because if I make stuff like beef stew and stuff, I could freeze. Now tomorrow I'm making a big thing of hamburger helper. I have a container I could put that in. I can freeze that, and my son could just heat that up for lunch. Easy peasy. But what do we do once the electric goes out? Because I've already heard Cuomo threaten somehow, and I don't know if this is true because this is just word of mouth, that he threatened the internet was going to go down and that there would be problems in the future with electricity and all of that. I don't know if you guys heard that.
Yeah, I kind of heard that, but also, that's the reason why I have solar and wind and backup power and a backup generator. And if I have to, it runs off propane and gas, and I can use wood gas and burn wood, make it into charcoal for creating a fire with, and also create wood gas like propane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I miss the camp that I worked at up in Canada. Everything ran on propane up there. It was the nicest setup. If you got a decent, a steady supply of propane, which I do.
Well,
I've
that's
got
what I
a
told my
big
husband.
retailer a half mile down the road from me. I can get propane anytime I want.
I'm trying to encourage him to get our pop-up camper. Yeah, pop-up camper just takes a propane tank. It's got a stove in there. God forbid we have to pack up and just go. We can take it with us, But the problem is when I bought it used in that crank system thing, that most important part you need for a pop-up camper, it kind of broke, but it can be fixed, but still.
I got tents. That's all I need.
Well, we have tents too, but putting a tent up with my husband, let's just say I rather put up a tent with Putin himself.
Yeah, it's not for.
They make them so complicated today. Before, how you used to bend and then put the pole in, bend it, put the pole in it, bend it, put the pole in. Not anymore. They come with these. All of a sudden, it says on the package that it's easy to put up in 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes, my ass. Just two people, my butt.
They make tents now that you just basically you unzip the pouch and you throw it up in the air and it springs
but for
out and
size
sets
2,
up itself.
right? For size of 2 people. I have a family of 5.
Yeah, mostly for kids and stuff.
And believe you me, when I go camping, I go camping. I take the whole house with me because I'm like, okay, let's say it's gonna rain for a couple days. What are my kids gonna do? So I'll bring in just a TV, just in case they have to watch TV. I'll bring my stove, my air fryer. Call it glamping what you want, but yeah,
They
think about.
actually, Michelle, they make those tents for up to 6 people.
Do they really? I'll have to
Yeah,
look into that because
they
I could
do.
always just buy 2 of them.
You'd be better off buying a tent that you can actually throw in the back of your car. They can house up to 10, 20 people with a wood stove and everything else.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Like a real nice army tent. Are you talking about the ones where you
yeah,
could actually put a?
they're about $1,200.
I know they are, but they're worth it because
They're six to $1,200. Yeah.
they're well worth it because I heard you can survive in those. Correct?
Yes, a lucky yurt. They actually can buy the stove for like pretty damn cheap, like $150 to go into it. Sort of got the fitting for it and everything, and the piping.
Huh? I'm gonna have to remind my husband of that.
But I don't plan to live in one of those.
No, but what if we? I had a dream that I don't know if it's true, but I had a dream that Joe Biden won and this coronavirus got so out of control that they started putting people in concentration camps.
Joe Biden doesn't win.
Well, that
He
was
has
my dream.
absolutely zero chance.
It was a dream. It was a dream. That's what I dreamt, that he won and that this coronavirus was so out of control that people ended up being in concentration camps. The ones that were affected, and you know the ending of that dream.
Well,
Like the Holocaust.
I'm an old hillbilly type. I just an educated redneck and an educated cowboy. So, I could live out in the middle of Montana, in the middle of nowhere in the woods and be fine.
Uh-huh.
Seriously.
Yep.
I can live on a lot less than I have now, but it's not a nice life, but I can do it. But if that comes down to this situation where this is a major virus, which I believe it's not,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I believe it's a hoax. And you see every one part in the media pushing this virus to self-contain, do all this kind of stuff. This is something bigger than just a virus. Real bigger.
I know.
And they are forcing people to self-contain. They are using mind control on everybody. Okay, they're using mind control, and even the Q people, the QAnons that follow the Queen of England and her intelligence agency and stuff like that. I knew what Q was way before it started dropping out.
Mm-hmm.
And people.
Here's a question for you. I heard the other day that the Queen evacuated out of Buckingham Palace. Have you heard anything about where she went?
No, but they're probably going to hide into their little caverns. You know that.
Well, because her life is more valuable than.
No, they're at war.
Oh, with who? I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about someone else.
No, the Queen of England's at war.
Okay.
She has her domain. She owns all of Canada, North America, a lot of the British colonies. United States is not an independent nation. It's always been part of the Queen's realm. You just think that we are actually an independent nation, but we're not. We've never been one.
Mm-hmm.
We've always been under British control. We've always been a milk cow for the British. They decided that, well, if things were going south this way, we make it go this way so we can still milk them for everything we can.
Gotcha.
A lot of people don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. We've been nothing but extract the wealth from the United States and give it to the rest of the world. We've always been that
nothing
way.
you say offends me. I think you're very intelligent, very smart, You remind me a lot of my. He would get along good with my husband. uh, and you're pro-life too, so it angers you like it angers me. Like
Oh, it totally
it
pisses me off.
it does. I just couldn't believe it when I heard it today, and like I said, it's just not California. It's some of them in New York and Illinois. And then the only pro-life Democrat in Illinois lost the election, Lipinski. He was actually at the March for Life when I was in D.C. and he spoke there, and he lost the election. So, Illinois is always and will always be a Democratic state. Like I pray for Chicago. I pray for those people affected every day to gang violence, but it's never going to end until the way the people change the way they vote.
Most of the people in Illinois outside of Chicago are very conservative, just like they are here in Washington State. If you go east of the mountains, they're very conservative. You
Yeah,
have
it's just the major population centers. Everything Chicagoland, Gary, well, that's Indiana, but Springfield, and yeah, everything else is flyover country.
right, and I do think that if we actually had a split between the states, between the coast cities, the liberal cities, and the rest of the states, and they actually formed their own state, we'd have a major balance of power change.
Now, are you
Because Southern
familiar with the
Illinois is very
YouTuber?
conservative.
Have you ever seen any videos of a YouTuber? His name is John Mark. He does a lot of stuff along these lines.
No,
He
I'm
did some
not.
videos. He did some videos last year where he broke down possible balkanization states, like separating the major population centers that are all liberal and remapping the country. Pretty interesting shit.
No, I have not. But I also know that if the west and east coast cities along the coast were wiped out by tsunamis, you'd have a major shift in the country.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I do believe that at a certain point, they're going to get fed up with the bigger cities pushing their agendas.
Mm-hmm.
I do know if I get fed up with it enough, I'm going to march an army down to D.C. and take it over and finish it.
Oh, I just get kind of frustrated now because the more I'm involved with it, I look at it this way. It's like I look at these politicians who put these pro-life bills together, but do they really think? Do they pray before they write them? Because like the heart detect bill, like I've talked about numerous times, we're saying the very same people that are killing these babies are going to be reliable on the truth of the results of the abortion or the heartbeat, like on the ultrasound. All they have to do is shut the machine off or say the baby's not old enough to have a heartbeat, or they could just move that little wand further to the right where it won't pick up the baby's heartbeat, or they'll just make some excuse. It's like these politicians who say they're pro-life, they're really counting on the very same people that kill these babies every single day to tell the women, well, your baby's such and such old, or there was no heartbeat. It's just going to fail. And we need to hold them accountable because how can you say you're pro-life, be half in the door and half out,
You can't.
Exactly.
What is done in these institutions and the money funders that are actually pushing this crap, they are a minority. We are a majority.
Mm-hmm.
And we can, if we want to, push forward to take this country back. Just like the Quakers took back England for a while.
Yeah.
Until the corrupt got back in. And we have seen the infiltration of the Queen of England, the German Queen of England,
Yep.
pushed into this country for hundreds of years across the world. And that's
It
proved
wasn't
here.
her branch of the family from Hanover or something like that.
Yeah, they're all interrelated because they all intermarry. They are all been playing this game for a long time. But the Queen of England has been around for years. Let me put
2,000.
that.
Yep. 2,300 babies die every day. Every day.
Yeah, and of course we worry about 100 plus people that die of the flu every year, every day.
Oh, remember when 1,000 people died from the flu H1N1? And what did Obama say about that? Let me remind people, not a damn thing.
1.6 million babies are aborted every year in this country.
Yep.
Plus,
Plus, that's not even adding across the world.
it's been going. Well, we have this genocide thing by genocide Bill Gates and his father eugenics Bill Gates Senior that has been running these things like the Brown Project. Remember those, Michelle?
No. Remind me.
The Brown Project. Bill Gates Senior. Look it up.
Okay, I will.
He's been a eugenics for a long time. So Bill Gates is a eugenics.
What was the name again? I'm sorry.
The
I might have
Brown Project.
the
Bill
Brown Project. Okay.
Gates Senior. Gates. Look it up. Look it up. And we look at CIA and MI6, and we talk about 1960 killing the UN General, United Nations Secretary General.
I'm gonna have to look it off Google because Google's not giving me nothing.
How they actually genocide a bunch of Africans with injections of these fake aid stations for vaccinations of the HIV virus.
The Brown Project. Okay, what was that other thing you said? Brown Project, and that name.
Just type in the Brown Project.
Okay.
Bill Gates, his father ran that with Sanger.
The WilliamBrownProject.com.
No.
That's what's popping up.
Now, the Brown Project was part of the Gates Foundation that actually worked with Sanger, that actually was going to reduce the population of Black Americans, and through Sanger and Planned Parenthood. That's all there.
Wow.
If you don't have it,
if I pull it up, you'll have to send that one to me.
I will. I'll send you a whole bunch of stuff you want to hear.
Definitely. The best way to send stuff to me, if you can, is my email.
I've saved the pages because I don't know if they scrubbed them off the internet yet or not.
Yeah, so, I would email me because I can't pull up the private chat for some reason.
And they're in redundant servers, so I got them served across the world.
I appreciate that. My grandfather might have talked about that when I was younger, and it does sound a little familiar. But I would love
the Brown Project.
I definitely want to look that up.
I've got your email anyway.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Eugenics has been in the Gates family for a long time. Yeah. This event 201 is no stranger to them.
I got this huge thing on the Holocaust, and I haven't even gone past page 20 because my heart just breaks reading the details of.
Well, let's go back to the 1890s, back to the Depression of the world. Let's go back to 1890s as far as into Russia, and we'll go back to where that stuff started with eugenics. We can go even farther back than that.
Oh, eugenics has gone way far back. My husband was telling me, like, Holocaust wasn't the first time. I don't know if you ever knew this, but the Catholic Church way back then, long time ago, killed their own people, like, just because they refused to join the Roman Catholic Church. And there's a book called The Fox Book of Martyrs.
Well, that was actually the same thing we're experiencing now, which is called the theft of wealth. Where people got
I don't offend you when I say that, do I? Because I left the Catholic Church for good reason, and I hope I don't offend anybody.
No, my wife was Catholic, but I was actually raised as a Mormon, and I don't follow any one of those religions anymore. Period.
Mhm.
The end. You don't offend me at all. Because
Okay.
the truth is the truth. I don't believe in nothing but the truth.
See, I learned going to the Holocaust Museum, I didn't realize even Jews from Poland were put in concentration camps. See, in school, they tried to just mention very, very few details about the Holocaust.
Well, they actually
there.
put any Slavics in, Slavics, people of
Uh-huh.
origin, they put them also in concentration camps, along with the Jehovah Witnesses, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you know that?
gypsies,
Oh, yeah. Well, Anne
homosexuals.
Frank had a little bit of Jew in her, and they still killed her whole family.
Slavics, Jehovah Witnesses were actually marked like Jews also. There's a lot of people that were actually, the Slavics were considered, the whole
Subhuman.
Slavic race was considered as inferior like the Jews. So they genocide them too.
The worst part going to the Holocaust Museum was going to the gas chamber where it showed how they were killed. That was heart-wrenching.
Right, but now you're looking at the fact that they believe that Christians are the same thing as Slavics.
Okay,
You get it?
I get it.
So they're going to try to isolate, contain, quarantine, and then they'll come for you and they'll serve you at the door. Your neighbors will ignore it because they don't want to get in trouble. I tell my neighbors right now around here, if anybody comes to your door and tries to isolate you and contain you, you turn around and surround them and disarm them, and then you hold them for constitutional court for treason. For treason. In other words, I'm not going to play any games with these fuckers. I'm going to take them down, take them to the round, and if I have to, I'll raise an army and I will move my forces to DC and take them down. I'm not going to play games. It's life or death right now. And I don't need a gun or a knife or anything to be a deadly force. I already am. Trust me.
Mm-hmm. When I tell my husband this and he thinks it's we're all hesitate and get the family killed, he just doesn't understand it. What I'm trying to say is I had an abortion. I've got over that guilt. I've taken a life. I never want to be, when I say this, I don't want to be put in a situation where I would have to do that again.
I'm not going to back down.
Here's the thing. I
Situation
won't
where I will
either
not
to
back
protect
down.
my family. And I just hope God would understand that because, the Bible does say those who use the sword shall die by the sword. So I hope he understands that just if I want to protect my family, God forbid someone comes in my home, tries to harm my family, would he see it as another sin, or would he be okay with us protecting our families? And that's where I get lost in scripture. Like, what would he say? What would Jesus say in that situation? Do you get what I'm saying?
I get it.
Because I know I won't hesitate, because that's the problem. If people hesitate, it gets you killed or the people who you love killed. But I hope I never have to be in
I'm
that
just telling
situation.
you, I'm not going to back down this time. Never again.
I get it. I understand it. You have have every right. And I think Jesus understands that, and I think that's what he molds us soldiers or his soldiers to be. Strong. But if it's my time, it's my time. I'm okay with that too. And that doesn't make me suicidal, because even when I say, I told Sarah the other night, I can't wait to go to heaven. And my daughter goes, well, don't be suicidal, Mom. I'm like, that's not suicidal. That's just saying that I cannot wait to go to heaven. This world is so chaotic with violence, hatred, homosexuality, there's transgender, murder, violence, hatred, you name it, killing babies, euthanizing elderly people.
I will not die on my knees. Period. The end.
Well, no one would want to die on their knees, period. So I get that.
No, I'm telling you, I will not die on my knees. I will not take directions from an illegitimate government that actually imposes an unconstitutional law against me.
Well, it's just like if a you know what? I can't finish the rest of the sentence because I don't want Wizard to
Well-
lose his channel. But you know where I'm going there. Now, let's say they had a sword to your neck and they said you're going to pray to Allah or you pray to your own God.
Well, they can pray to their own God because they have to bring their own
I
body
will
back.
never, ever bow down to that.
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to bow down to anything other than the Constitution, the first 10 amendments, the 10 Bill of Rights. The rest of it, they can go to hell.
Okay, Wizard, I'm sorry. I got confused. That is your channel. You got to pick a picture or put a picture in your photo there so I can know it's you. Because sometimes, there's troll accounts that take your name and make it their account. So I got confused there. I apologize. I get what you're saying.
What they're doing right now is unconstitutional. The
As far as
CDC is
what?
unconstitutional. The Federal Reserve is unconstitutional.
As far as what? Telling us to be not
Cower
socially...
in place.
Oh, okay.
Give me a break. I mean,
Yeah.
we do not have to comply with their restrictions, even if they're under military law. Once they're under military law, we have only one duty under military law, under the Constitution. Under the Constitution, under military law, we have only one duty under the Constitution. That is to defend and repel the tyrannical government that is running the governance of this country. This country has become. This is bullshit. This is fake news. This is nothing but a fake virus. People have not died from this stuff like normally do. And this
They're claiming
situation,
100 people died so far. And
so what? 100 people a day die of the flu every year.
Why? And how many babies die? Yeah.
Plus or minus 25 people every day in this country of the flu.
I agree with some of the quarantine, though. Like President Trump gave advice. He didn't demand it. He didn't sound demanding. It's other people that I get it, what you're saying. They're being very demanding, like Andrew Cuomo, all of them, other governors. But I do understand certain perspective on quarantining. For the people who are sick, they should stay in place, not go out and get people sick.
I only have
for the people who have to go out and go shopping, you have to go shopping.
I only have a few words for that.
What's that?
Meh, meh, meh.
I get it, but what if someone's sick at the grocery store and you're at the grocery store and then you bring those germs home and then someone you love gets sick? The social distances, like staying 6 feet away from each other.
Yes, and that's mind control.
That's common sense, right?
That's common sense, but it's also mind control. You're looking at total mind control. You're going to quarantine yourself. You're going to think that everything's going to get better. Some people think that Q is doing all these arrests. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Have you heard anybody getting arrested? Why doesn't it happen 3 years later, 4 years later? Why didn't it happen right away when you knew Hillary was crooked as hell? Why didn't you know the Bidens when they were crooked as hell, siphoning off money? Why is that not happening? Trust me, you're fighting two cabals. Two cabals are fighting against each other, and you're being played as a sheeple. Trust me.
I hear you. I'm opening up to that. As a parent, though, I don't know. Maybe.
I'm a parent also. You know that.
Well, I know. I don't know. My husband is the one who's constantly watching news, and it's starting to get a little annoying because I told him the same thing, that more people died from the H1N1 and that I think this is being really blown out of proportion. Do I think some people died from this? Absolutely. Do I think China released this to the public and it got out of control? Absolutely.
Nope.
That's what I believe, that this virus got out of control.
Nope. Q released this virus, which is also the Queen of England and her intelligence agencies and her companies, and they put it over in Canada to be stolen by the Chinese, which she knew that they would be very careless with it, try to develop a weapon with it, and she knew also that these people, once they screw up.
What is that? Q? I've heard that before.
Q is the Queen of England. and her intelligence agencies. They're southwest of London. They're also called Serco and Kinetics. Okay? That's been around for years. My old man told me about the deep state and about this person. I didn't need to have Q tell me about anything. I already knew who Q was the minute people started talking about Q. I just didn't say that damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because people wouldn't accept that because they fall down these little mouse trails and these little mouse, crumbs, and they fall down this. People like to be one-sided. They like to be blindsided. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. What's driving me nuts is even Fox News. That's all they talk about. That's all they
Well,
talk about.
Fox News is not on your side. Fox News is part of the media.
Oh, they've when Roger Allies died, it was all over with. There was no more, where Mark Levin could say what he wanted. Tucker Carlson had a more leeway. Hannity. I'm not saying I don't support Hannity and Tucker Carlson because I know that they have enough money to start their own news things, and that's what they should do instead of being under the laws and the rules of Fox News. I don't know. I mean, you might disagree with me on that, but I really do like.
No,
like
I actually agree with Wizard on this one. After the Civil War, there was Reconstruction, and actually that's when we lost our Constitution and everything else.
What was that?
Well, Wizard's got it in the chat right there. He said that we lost our, after the Reconstruction, we lost the Constitution, and basically we became a corporation. 1873. Mm-hmm. We're no longer a constitutional republic. We never have been since then. And what they want to do is they want to take this down because it's an annoyance to the Queen of England. Because we are nothing but a pain in their side. This experiment died. This experiment is the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're looking at a point where they want to take everything down, break it down, and get rid of all these stupid laws that we have in this country because it doesn't serve their purpose anymore. They're going to try to steal the wealth, everything they can, shut down the banks, take all your money, put you in the 5G they've been putting up. They're going to put you in schools. They're going to put you into, FEMA camps, Walmart, everything like that.
I had, like I said, I had a dream probably similar to what you're just saying. I can see it happening. Absolutely. Lord, please come quickly. Jesus, come quickly. Take us home.
No, police ain't coming to help you anymore.
I said, Jesus. I said, come quickly. Lord, please.
I know
what
you said. I know what you said. I heard it.
I do believe, Wizard, that Trump does really care. I've never seen a president act and address this problem, and I truly do. He does care. He doesn't want nobody dying of anything. It's not just this virus, but he's talked about he wants to find a cure for AIDS and cancer and cystic fibrosis, which a lot of people don't really understand. That's a death trap for these children who die at such a young age because of it. And
what you don't understand right now is that Trump is playing Tweedledee and Tweedledum because he's trying to throw off the image of what they're trying to put in. So you don't understand this. You don't understand this. But what I can say is that, Trump has been playing this long game a long time. But QAnon is not it. Okay? Q is not it. I can't hear any of you.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I just wanted to text Renee and tell her as soon as she's done, I'll join her stream. Or Mark Fugel's done, or rather. She has some news to talk about.
Wizard is a very smart man.
Oh, Wizard is a very intelligent man. I'm
Yeah.
so proud to get to know all of you, and I think God brought us all together for a reason. Even though in life this whole group might not always agree or to disagree with each other, and that's okay too. Always, to have different point of views. But the end of the day, we still get along, and we still call each other brothers and sisters, and we still love one another. That's what's important.
Yeah, I've been told to have a very short um, what do you call it? Not attention span, but a very short.
I don't see it, but what do you mean attention span? Like
Well, a very short compromising span. You know. But one thing to tell you about Q is that Q is not who you think it is,
Oh,
and
well, I know. I don't even know what when you're saying Q. I don't. I
there's a
don't
lot of
even know.
followers. There's a lot of followers of the Q, and they are actually being duped for things, and they don't understand the actual goal of this thing. We're looking at a civil and actually a major war. We will probably see the Chinese move into California this year. We definitely will see the collapse of the economic markets, which I predicted also, both of those. And we're going to see a standstill. And dealing with what we're dealing with right now, we're going to see an eventual offensive versus a defensive thing. And one thing I can say is that I do know that the whole West Coast, from Canada, mid Canada, all the way to Mexico, are going to be really affected with a major cosmic event where we're going to see earthquakes and volcanoes going off like you hadn't believed. And it would be a
Oh,
natural event.
well, yeah. We still have the big earthquake, California. I believe California is going to be split right into the ocean there.
No, it don't always split off. It's actually its own separate thing moving forward up north. But we will see a major event
Hmm.
across um, from Canada all the way down to Mexico, where we're going to see major volcanic events that will actually wipe out the armies of the invading armies.
Hmm.
And no, Q is not a CIA side. It's actually a psyop of the Queen of England, which is Q. Kinetics start with Q, ends with Q. That is her intelligence agencies and her companies, which makes her, exempt from prosecution.
Hmm.
So there we go. There you go. That's your future. Love it, leave it. We're going to see some major events
Lord, take me home. I don't.
in
I
well,
wouldn't want my life.
The Madrid will happen after that, and then we're going to see a lot of stuff on the East Coast. So there you go. And disagree all you want, Buffalo Bill, but just telling you the future.
I believe God is ready and He is preparing. I believe that.
I said this 2 years ago, by the way, for 2020, 2021.
Hmm.
So if people don't believe me, that's fine. You can watch it play out. You can see what's going to happen. And then when you realize that I was right, then you can all talk about it then. Other than that, I'm going to call it a night.
Well, thank you so much. And
All
like I
right.
said, I'm learning a lot, and I really appreciate it when you share this stuff because it's important to learn and stuff like that and grow. And it's also okay sometimes once in a while to share that. And like I said, I appreciate it because I can help send these clothes to those people in need, and I appreciate it.
Well, we need to prepare spiritually and mentally,
Oh yeah, I would
as
like to
well
buy.
as
I'm gonna buy
as
some Bibles to put in the boxes too. Absolutely, because it's
That's
important
that's
to stay in the Word of God.
that's great. And then also physically, we need to be spiritually, mentally, and physically prepared for what's coming.
Amen. I've been saying that on my streams almost every night.
I didn't know that.
Yep, always. It's something that I've always kept saying. It's very important to be in prayer always too, and pray without ceasing, and never be embarrassed to ask for prayer either.
Well, one thing I've been saying is educate, prepare, and inform.
Oh
Inform,
yeah.
educate, and prepare is
Well, my
one of
husband's
those
the head of the
things.
household. He's in charge. What he says goes. I am the mom. I'm the one that loves my kids. Of course, he loves his kids, but I correct them. That's my job. But again, he does the disciplining. I can't go above him. And that's something that's very hard for my teenage daughter to understand. And believe it or not, a lot of people in Gowanda stop being my friend because of that. They're like, how can you let your husband control you? Blah, blah, blah. And why do you have to ask if you take money out of the bank? I'm like, first of all, it's called courtesy. It's a joint account, and that's what my marriage is. He's the head of my house, and that's that. And I'm okay with that.
Well, it's reversed sometimes in other situations where the wife says, the husband asks, "Do we have enough money to do this and that?"
Yeah.
And
Well, of
and
course, the wife could have her her opinions and stuff like that. But what I mean is, he's the ruler. He's the head of the house. You know what I mean? In a spiritual saying, kind of like Mike Pence, he said he's the head of his house, even though he's vice president right now. He is the head of the house, and then first comes God, you know, and then himself, and then his wife and his family. It's just all in order.
well, I want to tell you this way, when my dad wanted to spend some money, he asked my mother, "Do we have the money in there? And can we do this?" She said yes or no. So she took care of the money, but he always put the hammer down in the end. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't know why people criticize you for that because somebody has to be responsible for the money. The other person has to be the one that actually creates the action. So there's always a partnership in that. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And so I don't know why they hammered you for that. I mean,
Well,
my wife was horrible with money.
yeah.
When it came to spending any major amount of money, I said yes or no. That's the way I was, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I always asked her, "Do we have the money for this and that?" Because she was the money funder. You know, she was the one that actually controlled the money, but I was the one that actually made the decisions in the end. But she, and it's a hard concept, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just have to. The one's best with the money is the one that tells you whether we can spend the money or not. But in a certain situation, sometimes you just have to put the hammer down and say, "We're going to spend the money for this."
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. So I don't know why you got criticized for it.
Oh, it's just people in a small town, they criticize people for everything. It's just the way of life. I've learned that really quick just on here.
Well, yeah, but the money decision's always a partnership anyway, so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter, does it?
I had somebody demand me hand over my bank account and my PayPal account right on a video on YouTube. Not kidding you.
That's just ridiculous.
Right? They judged me for my home that I was living in, which they don't understand is because I live in a new home because I had a house fire where I lost everything. My wedding dress, baby stuff that you can't ever get back, stuff that smelled like soot so bad you couldn't even clean the smell out of it. So that's the only reason why I live in a newer home. But I mean, I think you're going to always run into those people who personally judge you for everything. And it's ridiculous because they call themselves Christians too. And something my husband had to remind me of, and I think some of you who are in the chat room tonight, especially Wizard, said it's okay, to walk away and not be unevenly yoked. And those are the exact people who God says not to be unevenly yoked with. It's okay to forgive and walk away and not call them a friend. And sometimes we have to do that. We have to walk away from our friends or our family, like that. And
Well, if they never truly loved you, then they're never
exactly.
your
It's a
friend.
learning. It's a learning lesson
and that's right there in the Bible, and if you can't love people for who they are, and you know, I mean, as long as you're not being beat the crap by your husband and stuff like that, and
right.
you have
Yeah.
a great relationship and you're raising your children in a loving environment, you know, who cares who makes the decisions? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you both make decisions anyway because you talk about it at night. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
You talk about it, you make the decision, and then somebody has to make the decision, whether it's the wife or the husband. I don't care who it is, but ultimately somebody is more rational that makes the decision for the family, for the benefit of the family and for the community.
Amen to that.
And there's nothing wrong with that,
That's right.
And you know, honestly, to be honest with you, in the most part, in most societies across the world, women make most of the decisions because they buy 70% of the crap for the house. Okay,
Yeah.
the men don't do that. They just go out there and make the money, and you know, I hope to God that I'm not going to be thrown in the cold tomorrow because
Oh, I
well, my
thank
wife loves me and all that stuff,
I
and that's
thank
the way
God
you
every
are.
day for my husband. He does most of the shopping, and yeah, I'm good
Yeah,
with that.
yeah, but most most men just go into marriage and say, "Look, I hope to God this woman's going to treat me right, and and I'm never going to do anything wrong to her and all the crap." There's people that are screwed up, but for the most part, most men go into marriage either with one prospect. They don't, plan to be in it very long, or they plan on for the long haul.
I'm
Okay.
in for the long haul. I
And
watched how my grandparents' marriage was compared to my parents, my adoptive parents, how their marriage was. And I said, I'm going to follow the example of my grandfather and my grandmother. Yeah, they fought and stuff like that, but they never went to bed angry. They always said, I love you at the end of the night, or I'm sorry to whoever did wrong. And my grandfather always said the key to a successful marriage is to love each other and grow with each other. You know, you know what I mean by that? That was the two key words that my grandfather always used.
yeah, I do. And my parents have been married over 65 years. And
Yep, we've been married 17.
if my wife was still alive today, I'd be married 22 years almost now.
Aw.
So
And I do feel sorry for you. You lost your spouse. I can't imagine. Like I told Tom, I don't ever die on me. I don't know if I could do this without you. And I know people
yeah,
do and can go on without each other. It's just hard. You lose your best friend. And
yeah,
it's hard.
I did, Michelle, I did.
I can't imagine. And I'm sorry for that. But you two will be together again. Just like Billy Graham, just before he passed away, he said he longed to be with Ruth again, and together they're as one again. And that's how you guys, when you guys got married, you became one, and now you'll be together as one. And that's
That's
something that you can look forward to.
that's true.
And that's not suicidal when you say that.
Oh no, no, no. I just it's just I realize the Lord has something for me to do here,
Yeah,
and
he's got a purpose and a plan. Exactly.
I have to follow through with it. And
Amen, brother. Same with me.
you know, it's just I'm kind of glad she's not seeing these times here because she would have been freaking out right now.
Yeah.
And so I just, I people when you get married, fall in love with each other and commit to each other for a lifetime. It's not a joke. It's not just lust. It's not like, you're going to be there if, hey, 10 years from now, she gets this and that, but I'm going to do this and that. Well, why'd you get married for?
Yeah.
Because you get married to somebody because you love them and you have their heart.
Mm-hmm. And half the time when you fight, it's just over silliness. I mean, when you look at it, you laugh about it.
Oh, you got bored that day and you
I'll be
decided,
right back, guys. I'm sorry. I have
but
these kids.
it's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go and
Okay, Canoe, I'll be right back.
enjoy
All right.
everything.
Hey, Drop, thanks for coming in. Appreciate
Yeah, God
the
bless
company
you,
tonight.
Drop. Good night, brother. Thank you for that donation. I'll be able to get at least 3 big boxes of clothes
That's
to
great.
those in need, and I
That's
appreciate
great.
it.
That's great. And Canoes, thank you for hosting me and Wizard. You know, you know, we need to think more of each other and our humanity to more now today because we have a lot of people in fear. We need to actually think about them and actually try to calm them down, try to help people out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. The petty bullshit that's trying to divide us, um, it needs to stop because we're a community and we need to draw strength from one another and help each other out and spread the word. You know, I don't know. I've had a
No,
couple drinks, so
yeah, well, it's fine, but no true words can express that. You know, we are all in this together. We are all our brothers and sisters. We need to love each other in peace and love, and we need to actually help each other. We need to give hands up, and we need to embrace each other. You know, in a higher self than some petty jealousy, greediness, and stuff like that. We don't need to be trying to pull, toilet paper off the shelf and try to screw somebody else up. If there's only two left and there's two of you there, each take one. You see what I'm saying?
yep.
That's what life's about, So, we really need to come together. We need to work
We're
together.
all brothers and sisters.
We are, actually, we are. We're all part of the same Father.
Amen.
And it doesn't matter whether we're, what color we are, what
Nope.
religion we are. It doesn't
Or if
matter.
we
It
have
really
any
doesn't matter.
disabilities, it doesn't matter if we have learning disabilities, doesn't matter if we go through trials or tribulations. We're all brothers and sisters.
Because you will see everybody again in the next life, eternal life. And eternal life is much more important than life on this hell planet. Trust me. There's something beyond this that you have no idea. And most of you have not seen it, but I have.
I love all you guys. I do have to get going. Renee did pop on, and I'm a mod over there, so I'm going to go over there for a little bit. If you're still streaming, I'll be back, Canoe.
I will keep the stream up until 3 o'clock Eastern.
All right.
So,
So I'll check in and if I can come back. But God bless you again. Amazing drop. Thank you for helping others. I really really appreciate that. And God bless each and every one of you guys. And we'll see you later. Okay.
You too,
you
Michelle.
take
And
care.
All right.
Canoe, it's great meeting you, and I appreciate everything that
Yep.
you do because you have your heart in the right place.
Yep. Well, I appreciate the company. You're always welcome.
Much love. Take care.
Yep. Be well. So, who wants to share the screen with me? Because it's awfully lonely alone. Ay, holy shit. I almost killed my cat. Sorry, girl. Oh. Oh. Kick that goat. Oh, right. Let me load her up. One of these days, this goat's going to pop up on the screen, and instead of kicking it, I'm going to shoot it. That'll be an outdoor stream. Well, dude, if you got power issues, you got power issues, It is what it is. But I'll keep it going until everybody drops out or 3 o'clock, whatever comes first. Holy shit. Look who's in the house. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Okay, I'm fine. Coffee and cigarettes.
A well-balanced breakfast. Good to see you.
Yeah, that's the first time, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I thought it's about time to show my face. Well,
So,
hi everybody, Emerald, Minion, and others, lurkers.
so what's the good word today over in the Netherlands?
I don't know, man. Freedom is gone, and fear has taken over. What's more to say? It's madness, it's crazy.
Has your military mobilized at all?
Sorry?
Has your military mobilized?
No, not yet. But that's the next step, I guess. It's just
Are
one
you?
big total false flag bullshit.
Are the Dutch forces taking part in any of those NATO exercises that are going on?
Yeah. Yep. I believe about 30,000 American troops are coming this way. So, I don't know. It's all
It
weird, you know.
almost sounds like
This is not
a
not
reiteration
coincidence. This is all planned.
Were you around for the Reforger exercises back in the 80s down in Germany? It sounds like a
Yeah.
continuation of that. Return forces to Europe.
Wait a minute. I gotta put up volume. I'm half deaf. Yeah. Okay.
Do they still have the ports like in Rotterdam under lockdown?
Yeah, well, it's a lockdown, but not a total lockdown like in France. We can go out. We can go to the park. We can go to the forest. But the advice is to stay away from each other, 2 arm lengths. Avoid elderly. And stay away from each other in supermarket, which is really hard. I think our government is doing better than others in Europe. You know, I mean, like putting people in the houses for weeks or months. I mean, it's just total nuts. It's fucking crazy. Only disaster will come from it. People will stay at their homes 2-3 weeks. No longer, no more. It's crazy. It's madness.
Are people taking care of the elderly, like making sure they have food for
Yeah,
those that are
absolutely,
sheltered in?
absolutely.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. What else can I say? Just total madness, you know. Fear has taken over everyone. But I'm awake, you know. It's a bad flu, it is, you know. But I mean, if you look up the numbers and you see the numbers of any other flu, then this one is not much worse than all the other flus, you know.
Yeah.
It's just crazy, crazy. I mean, shutting down the whole planet. Come on, that's not the answer. Oh man, the fucking cat litter is cleaning itself.
The wonders of technology.
I'm not hearing you anymore. But
Yeah.
I go back to chat, okay? I'm
Okay.
going out.
Thank you. No. God, I hope so, Wiz. Can I get an audio check? How do I sound? Cool. I remember there was a scam running back in the 90s where people were trying to claim that, for $20, I'll send you a packet of information on how to toilet train your cat. Yeah, for sure. Awesome to see Colonel. Oh, shit. Tow truck. Thank you for reminding me. It is that time. 2 minutes late, but whatever. Excellent. So, if anybody is still in need of ammunition, Palmetto State Armory still has ammo available online. And I'll post the link in a minute. There's Bill. Hi, buddy.
Hello. I figured I'd give it another shot.
It sounds good.
Oh, good. I had a real bad lag the last time, which is the reason why I dropped out earlier.
Yeah, that will happen. Actually, Colonel Shaw, I think I've seen you on the stream before, but I was never on at the same time, so it was good being face to face with you.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Shaw up here too.
And welcome to Winnie von Pustein. Good to see you again. Oh.
Well, I wonder if there's some kind of underlying thing that's going on that we're not actually privy to know about.
Oh, there's probably a whole litany of things that we don't know about that we're not entitled to know about. Take your pick.
Because I've heard a lot of different explanations of why things are happening in Holland like they are other countries, and didn't have everything to do with the coronavirus.
Well, I was saying earlier that I expect Ohio to follow the lead of the other states and do a complete shutdown sometime in the next couple of days. And the reason I'm saying this is because just observed patterns of behavior in the public over the last couple of days and some rumors that were flying around earlier today. Our local big AM radio talk station here in Cleveland, which is the biggest station in the state, their big conservative call-in show today had multiple callers calling in about 3 o'clock in the afternoon saying that they had heard from friends and relatives who work for the Cleveland Police Department saying that they had received orders from on high to report for duty Monday in full riot gear. So look for some shit to be happening in Cleveland on Monday.
Well, apparently military troops showed up at the location where the epicenter of this earthquake was.
Oh, really?
Yep. And got some weird, probably crackpot information, but I'm not sure that it had something to do with what they called the polygamy tunnels.
Not familiar with that.
Yeah, me neither. Never heard of it. I just think it's these Q people freaking making up stuff.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about the Q thing. And I'll be honest, I don't know much about it. I hear Alex talking about it, all the time for the last 2 years. I don't know what to make of it. I haven't had enough time to research it for myself, so who
Well,
knows?
what does Alex say? Does he believe it or not?
It seems like sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't. I don't
Hmm.
know. But
Well,
and to be honest, like I like what Alex is doing, but I don't personally watch his show. I'll watch the War Room when I'm at work because it's live, at that time of day, and I try to catch David Knight, on the restreams. But I really don't watch Alex that much.
if it if Q is indeed a psyop of some kind, which I do know that there was some erroneous information that came out about Bitcoin and stuff like that. A lot of people got taken, and it was all part of the Q thing, and it was part of the people that started Q that they claim started it, and a lot of these people that I think are acting like they've got special Q information are not to be trusted, really.
Uh-huh.
They were charlatans, and they they had scams going. So I don't know if it's the people out of anonymous, which could be anybody. Anybody could be anonymous. Anybody could be sitting there with a Guy Fawkes mask, freaking typing stuff. We don't know. I've heard that it is John Brennan. He's a he. I don't think he's ever had a security clearance pulled. He had a top security clearance. I don't think it's ever been taken away.
Yeah.
And he is supposedly, although he's not head of the CIA, he is involved in a corporation that's outsourced by the CIA to do CIA stuff.
Oh yeah.
And
There's those corporations are a dime a dozen. They have been for years.
yep.
All the think tanks and um, consultants.
So the CIA itself is not accountable to the president, neither is the FBI.
No. Same with the NSA and all those. How many intelligence agencies fall under the National Intelligence Directorate? Like 23 agencies now.
Oh
None of them
yeah.
answer to Trump.
Nope. And they should all be disbanded. They should all
Yep.
be dissolved. They should all have their security clearances pulled. The only thing that I think should happen is that the Department of Homeland Security be merged with the uh, U.S. Marshal's Office, and that's all we really need. I mean, under the umbrella of U.S. Marshals or Homeland Security,
Uh,
they can take care of the borders. They can take care of our national security here in the homeland, and probably do things overseas. These rogue agencies that aren't beholden to the American people, uh, or the president, or Congress, or to the Senate, or any agency, they're not beholden to any of our government, need to be dissolved. They need to be removed.
yep. The total restructure of the national intelligence diaspora is long overdue. Um,
Plus, we already have Air Force intelligence. We
oh yeah,
have
every branch has their own intelligence service. Fuck, the Department of State has their own intelligence service. The Coast Guard has their own intelligence service. You know,
Department of the Navy, who supposedly runs HARP. They've got their own intelligence. I think this intelligence crap is nothing more than a money pit, taking our tax money.
well, okay. I don't know the name of the agency. It's one of those like five worded names, like National Geospace, Reconnaissance Agency or whatever. They like after 9/11 happened and they got all that money out of the Patriot Act. They built this fucking facility in Virginia for this place, for this new agency, and it had to cost $500 million. The main lobby of this place is so big that they can lay the Statue of Liberty on its side inside the lobby. It's that fucking big.
Yep.
Think how much that costs the American taxpayers.
Oh, here's another question. I mean, you've got the freaking president. I don't even want to say his name because he wasn't a president, but he was spying on Germany, and it was all being done right under his nose. And I don't know if he was aware of it. But these agencies run amok, and then they go and spy on other countries. I can understand maybe surveillance planes and stuff, but you're going to listen in to Angela Merkel's phone calls and stuff. This is what Obama was doing, and I don't know whatever became of that because Germany was pretty pissed.
No, I just got swept underneath the rug.
And they don't coordinate with each other very well either because of the bureaucratic red tape.
Yep.
So I think they just
That's
need to be
partially how 9/11 happened, was because of the inadequacies of communication between different government agencies. If you believe that.
Now, to my understanding, the U.S. Marshal's Office does have to swear an oath to the Constitution, just like the military does, and I think Homeland Security does too, but not the FBI, the CIA, or any of those agencies. The Secret Service also does.
I think that might be because they're more of a domestic Justice Department, role compared to like an intelligence and national security role, and just the way that it evolved out, because the FBI has been around, for a long time, so they've got
Okay, the FBI has been around. You're right, but the
Secret
problem
Service
is,
too.
the Secret Service has been ever since George Washington. But the FBI was actually started by Hoover, and there was a lot of debate about it because it states in the Constitution not to have a federalized police force, and that is what the FBI is. They're not supposed to be a police force; they're supposed to be an investigation agency. And Hoover used it to find out who the smugglers that were smuggling booze into the country, and these gangsters that we had. So, but I understand it. It had a purpose to some degree back then because it helped to quell the booze and all whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, and the other main thing that the FBI in its early days was very good at was they pretty much put a stop to kidnapping.
That too, yeah.
Because they made it their mission, that they would stop, kidnapping for ransom. And I think like they pretty much cleaned up 99% of it. And then it all became kidnapping for deviant sexual bullshit nowadays.
Yeah. But like Bonnie and Clyde were running around, right? And they're shooting up places and stuff like that. They needed to have something because they would jump state lines, and that was the purpose. The FBI was supposed to investigate crimes and be able to go into other states. But it is unconstitutional to have a federalized police force. So we need to figure something out. When you get the Bureau of Land Management, it gets all armed with MRAPs and freaking assault gear and everything, and threatening ranchers, everybody.
And then you get what is it? The Department of Energy has like some of the craziest SWAT teams and some of the craziest equipment that you could possibly imagine. When there was that big ammo buy up about 10 years ago when you couldn't buy any fucking ammo to save your life, kind of like now, Department of Energy, they found out that they had bought like 6 million rounds of hollow points and shit.
40 caliber hollow point?
Yeah. And thousands of MP5s. supposedly under the guise of protecting, our nuclear power plant infrastructure. But I got 2 nuclear power plants here in Ohio. One's about an hour east of me, one's about an hour west of me, and they both have full 24-hour on-call SWAT teams on site. And one of them has a attack helicopter that's a 5-minute flight away from it. That's on call 24 hours a day. Yeah, Colonel, how's your wife doing? Is she feeling better? The tow. I can't even say that without twisting my tongue. Tow truck.
Totalitarian.
Totalitarian. I see TOW in capital letters, and I think a tow missile launcher.
Remember those?
Jack used to play around with those.
And we had towed howitzers too. We still do.
Yeah. There's a lot of older military equipment that's still in mothballs that's still, serviceable. People don't realize that we still have.
Oh, here's the scary thing, Colonel. You're talking about that. So my sister thinks that she was in contact with somebody that had coronavirus. She wound up having to go get tested. She had to pay for her own test, and she says they did stuff like put swabs up her nostrils and all kinds of weird stuff. And she had been. My mom is over 80 years old, and she had been at my mom's house 4 days previous to finding out that she'd been exposed to it. And we're really worried about my mom right now because my mom has got a lifelong history of asthma and other respiratory issues. And then my sister, may have exposed her to coronavirus.
So compromised immune system. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm dealing with the same thing with my mother. She has she was a smoker for 40 years, and she has a congenital heart failure. It's manageable now, but it might. Like, here's the deal. You know where I work, right? The deli.
Yeah.
Both me and my sister work there, and my sister is getting to the point of freaking out because she lives with my mother. It's my mom, my sister, and my sister's kid. And my sister is starting to freak out about possibly catching something at the deli and taking it home to my mom. And it would just, if my mom caught it, yeah, she'd be probably dead within a week, given, her health.
My one son lives with my mom, and he works at a sporting goods place, and that's where I was telling you about the ammo. He was giving me reports on it, and he said the place has been tons and tons of people in there. It's like, why are you even open? Because he said there's 50 employees there that he works with, and then he's got lines of people coming in to buy ammo. And lately, they're buying ammo like mad. He says they're just about cleaned out of all their ammo. So I don't know. And then my daughter calls me from Alaska. She says all the ammo is gone. And
that's an interesting thing. I forgot you said she was up in Alaska. Yeah. We're not hearing any news from Alaska or Hawaii.
She's not hearing news from down here either.
It's almost like there's a communications blackout,
There is.
I know things are always more expensive there because of the shipping involved, Has she told you anything about like gas prices?
No, I don't know about that. But she said all the toilet paper up there's gone. Same thing. She says all the food, all the provisions, especially dry goods and things like that, are gone. I mean, they are gone. So, and she says people are just acting nuts. I went to the store here uh, today, and I have all these young people that seem to be like bumping into me and stuff and getting close to me. One guy starts coughing the minute he sees me. Kind of like he's warning me. That oh, old guy, you better get away from me, kind of a face. And let's face it, I'm only 3 years younger than Jack, so
Yeah. Yeah, when I was out shopping yesterday, I went to 6 different places, and the only place that had any kids, under 18 was the big grocery store, the Myers. Every other store, it was just, either 40-year-old or older, pretty much. A couple of the stores had signs on the doors saying that they were introducing seniors only shopping hours so that seniors could come into the store early in the morning and not have to deal with younger people, and compromising their immune systems. And after the senior hour was over, they would shut the store down for an hour and sanitize all the surfaces and then reopen it for the rest of the public. Kind of a
well,
cool concept.
I'm not living in fear or anything, but there's people that I want to walk way around them. I mean, I don't want to be near them, you know. So, uh, just kind of using my own discretion because we don't really know what we're up against here, and we don't know how we know it's extremely contagious. Uh, we but and then we've got the wrong. We've been misinformed. China lied about everything. They lied about what they're doing with their people. They lied about everything. So the one reason why nobody's believing China, that it's the China's sitting there trying to say that it's on the downswing now and nobody's contracting it. Blah blah blah. Yeah, they get their freaking doors welded shut in their apartments.
Yep.
Of course. So I mean, it was serious to China. They took it serious. Maybe we should too.
Well, look at Russia and look at Singapore. They closed back in what, late December, early January, and they each have like maybe 1 or 2 cases.
Yeah, I don't know. The reason we're having so little cases of it is because people are really trying to self isolate. That's the reason. If they just didn't pay any mind to it and just went ahead with their business as usual, I think it would be blown out just like Italy is. And it's probably a good thing that Colonel Shaw, that your country is taking the precautions that they are. I know it's very inconvenient and upsetting, and it's pissing people off, and it's making people go nuts. But on the other hand, I mean, if people stay home and maybe there's a silver lining by staying home anyway.
To be honest, like I said, I'm kind of expecting things to get shut down here in a couple of days here in Ohio. But as far as like my store goes, I'm really surprised that we're still even open. Um, Not only just because of the general, public coming in and out, but our staffing issues and our supply issues. Um, it's a small store. We only have right now 9 employees, and only like 3 of them are full time. And trying to cover people, and we got one person who's out on sick leave right now because she's got a nasty cold. It's not corona, but she's compromised, so she's staying home. Um, Keeping up with sanitation and health codes and our supplies. Give you an idea. Okay, um, food service gloves that we use when we're working in the deli and everything. We had a big shipment come in, like a whole case of gloves. So like 20 boxes of gloves. They disappeared about an hour after they were delivered. The manager either hid them to hoard them or he took them home for himself to keep at his house. How are we supposed to comply with county health codes for, food service operations if we don't have fucking gloves?
Yeah.
My manager, he's a lazy ass piece of shit who should have retired 3 years ago. He's milking a $17 an hour job, and all he does is come in for 6 hours a day, does like 2 hours worth of work, and he sits in his office and he watches his TV all fucking shift, and he doesn't wash his hands a single time during the entire day. He thinks this whole
What an
thing is a
asshole.
fucking joke. He's an asshat. And the owner of the company knows this shit's going on, and he just doesn't know what to do. He's kind of like, well, I guess I can keep the place open as long as I can and make as much money as I can. They don't care about the employee health or nothing. I got an old lady who should have retired probably 10 years ago. She's almost 80 years old. She runs food service there sometimes, and she reuses her fucking food service gloves. She'll take them off after she does as a deli order, walks away to the register, rings up a couple people, goes back to the deli, puts on her old gloves, and starts making more food up. And we've told her,
Uh-oh. Good news, you went Disney on us. Colonel, is he froze up on there? On your end? Is the chat still working? Everything's froze up. I'm getting back out of here. Says I'm still in the show. Let's see if anybody can see this. Oh, it's him. He froze, but I didn't. That's good. I mean, that's not good that he froze, but apparently I didn't. So I'll just read the chat here. Wizard hears me. Colonel Shaw, I didn't froze. I'm still good. Okay, that's good. I'll just hang out here for a minute, see what happens. I don't mind being the only one up here, as long as people talk to me in the chat there. So, think of something here. Well, nothing really that I haven't show and telled yet. Thought about a show and tell thing or something till somebody gets on here. See what Wizard has to say. Did I get any pallets? Yes, I did. I did get some pallets, and so I got some stuff to do. Hey, thanks, Colonel Shaw. Appreciate that. I'm just a young guy. I'm a ghost, 150-year-old ghost, something like that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. 157-year-old ghost. And Maxine Waters tried to molest me, but I didn't let her do it. But she traumatized me back in 1897. So that's the story. Yeah. I want my reparations. She pissed me off, traumatized me, stuck with me all these years. Hotspot crashed. I'll be right back. All righty. So what am I going to build? I have not. I can tell you, I didn't get near the amount of pallets that I could get, and I'm going to get more. But I've got to. I started dismantling. I got as far as dismantling 2 pallets so far, and I'm planning on building a rack to put the pallets on, or to put the dismantled pallets, so that I've got the links and everything organized. He's back.
Yeah, my hang on. Audio is going wacko. Now I'm getting a delayed echo. Yeah, the hotspot overheated.
Yeah. So it's fire in the bowl time?
Always.
I don't have fire in the bowl, but I have a vape in my pen.
Well, I'm going to keep this up for another 7 minutes, and then I'm going to crash.
I think I would like to go to Holland. I really would like to go there. When I was over in Germany, I got a hold of a brown Dutch beret that I used to wear walking around Germany. And that, you got to understand the times, okay? It was cool. And then I had this one. I had my left ear pierced, and I had an earring that hung, a feathered earring that hung down to here that I wore with my beret. I wanted to blend in with the Euro people, you know.
Yeah, Colonel. Thanks for dropping in. It was good talking to you live. You have a good day.
Colonel, have a good night or day for you. So I'm like hanging around Germany, walking around with this beret and this earring in my ear. And I was sitting there in a guest house in Germany with one of my friends, and we were drinking beer. And I said, "Yeah, hey, your earring looks pretty cool." He says, "You want it?" And I said, "Well, it's pretty cool looking." He said he pulled it out of his ear and stuck it in my ear, just right there in the freaking guest house. Didn't go to any piercing studio or anything like that, but it's all grown in now. And then I went to a Foghat concert. Went and saw Foghat and Iron Maiden. It was a triple concert.
Nice.
Yeah, Bic lighters. It's pretty good.
There's
Frankfurt.
the big concert that was scheduled for Cleveland later this summer. I forget who exactly it was, but it was 4 big name bands. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's canceled now.
Yeah, once my German got better, the Germans, they warm up to you. You know, when you come there and you really don't know the language very well, it takes a little while for them to kind of warm up to you, you know. And the more you speak, the more it looks like you're making an effort to speak the language. The more they, you know, just kind of like, I mean, they invite you places and invite you over for dinner. I've been at German people's houses over there in Bavaria that they were so cool, and they always had beer. They have it delivered to their house, like the milkman used to come to our house. They had beer delivered there, and they pick up the beer and they put it under the kitchen sink or something, you know, or in a pantry. They don't drink it cold. They drink it just kind of room cool. They drink it cool. They don't like warm beer either. This stuff about the Germans like warm beer. I don't remember them ever liking warm beer.
I know it's kind of a common thing in the UK. When you go to a pub, usually the draft beer is served warm.
Yeah, and it just so happens that that a lot of people make their own beer. So there's like you can get private stock, and it's in vending machines over there. So I got an appreciation for good German beer. I don't like English beers. I don't like the way they brew it. I prefer German beer actually. And I like Heineken, but it gives me a headache.
Same here. The only German beer I've ever had that I really enjoyed was Warnsteiner.
Now the one I've got to try is that really old Czech beer from Czech Republic.
Pilsen?
It's I don't know much about it. I just heard that it had like an ancient yeast that was a natural occurring yeast. And they're still using the same barrels that they were using in the 1700s.
Wow.
So most European beer, I think all European beer, at least in Germany, is brewed in wooden barrels. They don't brew in metal vats like we do. So when I came back to the States and I tasted American beer, I could taste the metal in it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't foam right. Even the German beer, it gets this real thick cottony foam on it. It takes a while for it to go down. American beer is like bubbly. It looks like it's just not carbonated properly or anything. That was my impression, and I still like German beer to this day, and I probably always will.
I remember taking a tour of a huge Anheuser-Busch brewery in Williamsburg, Virginia. It was insane how big that place was. Tanks everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I come to find out that the brewing process in England is a lot different than it is in Germany. They brew something that they add a lot of other ingredients other than hops and malt and barley. You know, I don't know. It's got a different name. It's called ale. It's different. So I'm not a fan of ales.
I'd have to say my favorite beer over the last couple of years is Molson Golden. It's a mix of half ale and half lager.
Yeah.
Pretty tasty.
So the ammo, I believe, is going to come back. I think ammo is going to come back. Gunpowder will be coming back. It's just these panic buyers that are kind of like the same people that are buying up all the toilet paper.
Oh yeah, it's just like a lot of the other industries. The manufacturing just needs a week to catch up with the shipments.
Yeah. But if you want to find some cool guns, Classic Firearms got some new shipments of Makarovs and Berettas, a lot of Berettas, and some of them 9mm, some 380s. I don't know what all they got in there. They got massive shipments of pistols. Some are CNR eligible, some are not. They got Tokarevs. I think they're the Romanian Tokarevs. They got a shipment of them too. Anybody out there that likes 1911s might like a Tokarev. For a cheap gun, I'll tell you what, they function very similar like a 1911. So, and then Star. Oh, they got some Star PDs that came in. They're
You
made
don't
in
see those
Spain.
too often.
No,
Not around
used
here.
to, used to though.
I haven't
And
seen one like at the local gun shows in probably 10 years.
a Star PD is a slightly smaller, slightly lighter than a 1911, chambered in 9mm, and it looks like and feels like a 1911. There's very little difference between them and a 1911. So if you're a fan of 1911, I'd look at the Star PD. 9mm is cheaper ammo than 45. Cheaper ammo means more range time.
Good night, Wiz. You
Good night,
keep up the
Wizard.
good fight. In fact, I'm gonna shut things down. 3 a.m. Eastern, so I do have to work later today.
All right. Well, everybody stay safe and try not to catch the corona. Stay away from other people that might have it.
Yeah, Crow Minion, Tracy, Colonel, if you're still listening. You folks have a good one, and stay safe. And as Wiz says, know that we are winning.
We are winning.
Take care, Bill.
Good night.
Good night.